Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind.
Not only can they take off and land off airport, they can take off and land anywhere.
This is the National STOL Series.
Well, everyone, welcome to SKOL STOL here in Isle, Minnesota. It has been an amazingly fun weekend so far. We started the day off yesterday with some practice. You can see here on the stream, we've got some epic shots of our pilots flying over the beautiful lake that this airport is just in the shadow of. Speaking of the airport, 2,460 feet of grass. It says fair condition in the sectional, but let's be real, it's excellent condition, if not a little dusty. You'll see that a little bit today. And our pilots and everybody are getting all ready to compete today. We've got the crowd lining up. We're getting people doing maintenance, lots of really exciting things. You saw the Cessna 170 Bravo out there getting some last shakedown passes after some maintenance. So things are getting really exciting here at Isle, Minnesota. Again, runway 34 for today's competition. Weather today looks good and bad depending on who you ask. Temperature is really nice for the spectators in the crowd, but winds incredibly low. We would like a little bit more wind on the nose for the pilots. Winds 290 at 6 is better than yesterday, where winds were 2-something at 0. Everybody, I'm Ryan Dabrowski, and once again, welcome to SKOL STOL here in Isle, Minnesota for National Stols Competition. We had a wonderful day of practice yesterday, as you saw in that package leading up, and it's going to be a great day today as well as we get things kicked off. What's exciting about this competition here in Isle is it's one of the most representative fields of how backcountry flying really is. The runway is longer than landing on a mountain or a backcountry strip, but we're nestled in the trees in a canyon of trees. Oh, we've got a beautiful, is that a Stinson? I don't know. Someone's coming in there. Beautiful vintage aircraft landing right now. So anyway, we've got trees on basically all sides of the runway, and even with minimal wind, that can create some rotor effects. We heard yesterday during practice when we had basically zero wind down here that it was a little squirrely for pilots as they came down below the trees. So that's a story to watch today. The other thing to watch today as we get geared to go is it's a competition in the middle of the season, and I was speaking to a number of pilots over dinner last night. A lot of them have done modifications to their aircraft. We'll talk about that throughout the day today, and those modifications, every time you do a modification, again, this is all legal, like you have to do it. Different aircraft have different rules about what you can and cannot do to them, experimental versus certificated. We can really nerd out about that if you want, but those modifications, right? Every time you change something on an aircraft, it flies differently, and we're finding that a lot of the really heavy competitors have been modifying their aircraft this season, and they came to Isle to start putting those theories to work, and they're feeling those modifications and their effects, and they're having to adjust their techniques, and that may cause an upset. Okay, everyone, as we get set to go, the pilots are getting their aircraft ready in the first class, but we can't kick off a competition without the national anthem. So if you could all please rise, remove your hats for the national anthem, we'll get things started. All right, everybody, are you excited for some STOL action up here in Isle, Minnesota? I see this huge crowd. I need to hear a cheer from all you guys. Let's go. Yeah, that's my brother cheering right up front. Love that shirt, buddy. That's a great shirt. All right, we're getting ready to kick things off. Colin Knieva's walking by with his National STOL sticker on top of his National STOL hat. He's one of the biggest fans here, and we're about to kick it off with the touring class. Let's talk a little bit about this competition. Has anyone in the crowd not been to a National STOL competition before? Is this your first time? I see a bunch of hands raised. You guys must be the locals from Iowa. Well, you are in for a treat today. Here's how it works. You'll see we've got a line painted on the ground. You can also see the nationalstol.com flags there and some orange cones. That is the line where everything happens. Aircraft will taxi up to the line, and be released by our air bosses. You'll hear them put all the power in, they'll take off, but they're taking off as short as possible, short takeoff and landing. So we will see where the main wheels of that aircraft depart the ground. You can see, for you in the crowd and for you at home, you'll see the various markers along, the distance markers. The line judges will try to, they will run up to the area where the lots of things happening as we kick things off. Aircraft departs the line. Look at that beautiful seaplane. So many distractions today. The aircraft departs the line. Wheels leave the ground. The line judges run to where the wheels left the ground, and they measure that distance. How long was it from the line to where the wheels leave the ground? Then they depart up into the traffic pattern. We keep that score in our back pocket. They come back around and land as close to that line without landing before it. If you land before it, it's called a scratch. Think about landing too short before a lake. We've got a lake nearby. Imagine you're trying to land on a strip right on the edge of the lake. You don't want to land in the water. You got to land on that line or beyond it. We measure from the line to where the main wheels stop. Add that distance to the takeoff distance, and that's your composite score. The lowest score in a given class wins. So the smaller the number, the better. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your touring class, also known as the Heavies. These are giant aircraft, and they put in a lot of work yesterday. Let's hear a little bit more about that. And
We are in Isle, Minnesota, at a cute little strip on a really nice lake. My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. And right now, I'm the points leader, but there's some tough competition out here.
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a stall airplane, but it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They're a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but it's too bad because they're a pretty neat airplane.
I got no expectations of winning anything here. Just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it's a handful out there, but it was a lot of fun. That wind over those trees is whirling. It'll turn you sideways.
Like I said, everyone, we are back here at SKOL STOL, ready to kick off the action for the day with the touring class. Like I said, they're the Heavies, and you can see why they all sit there majestically in front of you, so large and in charge. Let's talk about the lineup from front to back. That would be right to left in front of the crowd today. In the beginning, we have Brandon Korn, number 30, in a 1963 Cessna 205, all the way from Hearne, Texas. Behind him, Warren Grobelar, number 46, 1955 Cessna 180 from Naples, Florida. Kurt Leaders behind him in Whiskey 58. It's a 1965 Cessna 185 from Clear Lake, Minnesota. Luke Strandland putting in a lot of practice yesterday. 2009 Murphy Super Rebel from Mora, Minnesota. And behind him, Christopher Olson in the wacky-looking, the rare 1990 Wilga. That's that green camouflaged one. Okay, everyone, so in just a moment, the touring class will be kicking off. Very exciting. Let's talk a little bit about the classes. The touring classes and all the various classes are assembled with weight first in mind. So we want aircraft with like performance performing together, competing together for you today. And so you'll see in this touring class, they're largely the heavies. The Cessna 205 that Brandon Korn is flying, an absolutely massive aircraft. You're going to see that massive aircraft do incredible things. The Wilga at the back of the line, same thing. Go stand underneath it after the competition today. You will be in its shadow for sure. So another one to look at. All of them graded by our judges to be comparable in performance, to try to make the competition more exciting for you. And in just a moment, they'll be released off into the wild blue yonder. While we get ready to go, I want to talk a little bit about some of the sponsors that have made National STOL possible. First, let's talk about Ladd Gardner Insurance. They've been a partner of National STOL since the beginning. They have excellent customer service and coverage. Check out their logo on the event shirt sleeves. Ladd Gardner Insurance is aviation protected. We also need to talk about another great sponsor of National STOL, a big supporter, Legend Aircraft. Legend Aircraft is not your grandfather's Cub. I think I actually saw a Legend Cub land just before the competition, so it's great to see that. They will be the presenting sponsor of Lone Star STOL later in this season. So I just got the word in my ears that they are about to release the aircraft, so let's get excited. One thing you should know, folks, they can hear you cheer over that engine noise, so give them a hoot, give them a holler. Let's get this thing started. And for the first takeoff of the competition, check out Brandon Korn kicking up all that dust. It's really short. It's really short. Come on, Brandon. There we go. The judges are grabbing the distance. I'm going to say it's sub 300, a little longer than he would actually like. I think he took a bite of angle of attack. We'll talk about what that is in a second. A little too soon, but also look at the flags. Almost no wind for these pilots to work with. Here's Warren Grobelar now in number 46. He's off and running too. Sub 275 is my guess. Warren Grobelar 1-2 watch. Brandon Korn and Warren Grobelar a bit of a grudge match. Here's Kurt Leaders now in that Cessna 185 Skywagon. throwing some dust all over the Super Rebel behind him. Had that timed real nice. That may have been the shortest takeoff so far. Now, here's Luke Strandlin. Luke Strandlin burned more avgas than anybody in practice yesterday. Practiced literally the entire session. And he's off. That plane is absolutely massive. And my personal favorite of the weekend, the Wilga. I have been nerding out about this. You can probably tell why. My last name, Dombrowski. Got to have a little Polish pride in this one. And as we wait for the dust to settle, we should see Brandon Korn entering base very shortly. Actually, folks, if you look up just above the trees, you can see the aircraft all in the traffic pattern now, circling back around for their landings. Our air bosses in the Hartzell tent across the way, working hard to make sure that everyone is safe and separated. That's the big name of the game in a competition like this, is how do we make sure no one gets too slow? How do we make sure that the separation between the aircraft is nice and safe? And also, how do we make sure that when airplanes come into land, if there's a conflict on the runway, that the aircraft behind them maybe knows to go around? And we'll for sure see that today. We really thank our air bosses for all their help keeping everybody safe. Now, to your right, Brandon Korn, base to final. This touring class, again, mostly determined by gross weight, 2,301 to 3,600 pounds. Cessna 205, right up there in weight. Max takeoff weight of the Cessna 205, 3,600 pounds. So think about how big that is, how heavy that is. Here's Brandon now. Flaps dropped. He's keeping it off. Oh! Scratch. You can see Lexi Duncan, our line judge there, threw up the big X with her arms. No go for Brandon. That's a tough one on the first landing of the competition. You always want to get a score on the board first before you start to get more aggressive. So now Brandon's a little bit behind the curve. He's got to make sure that in the next round, he puts something on the board. Warren Grobelar now, to your right, just hovering in over the trees. The Cessna 180, kind of the quintessential large airborne station wagon of bush planes. He's got a new engine on that aircraft. I was talking to him last night. He said the new engine is heavier on the nose. It's more power, but that's making it harder for him to find the balance as he adjusts to the new motor. Safely over the line. He's heavy on the brakes. That is a long landing for Warren Grobelar, but again, look at the trees, look at the flags. Not a lot of wind. Kurt Leaders now, short final. It is 185 Skywagon. This is someone with over 4,500 hours of flight time. He's an aircraft mechanic by trade. Lexi's calling that one a scratch. You heard the burst of power that Kurt gave it, trying to save it over the line. And that would have been an excellently short landing to start the competition off if he wouldn't have scratched. Luke Strandland now in that 2009 Murphy Super Rebel. He's one of your, actually Kurt and Luke, both from Minnesota, so make sure you give him an extra love in the crowd. He's safely over the line. The checkered flag is up. But he's going to go long. Luke, as someone who's a little bit newer to National Stole, you'll see him carry a little bit more speed in on final approach. And of course, the more speed you have, the more work your brakes need to do. Now the Wilga. Look at the Wilga, high and to your right. A very different approach than what you've seen so far in the touring class. That airplane is super draggy. It's not very streamlined, so he has no issue coming on down. Safe over the line, touching down about 150 feet down. He's got that stick full back, and he's got to stop. So very interesting first run here for SKOL STOL. We've got DQs for Brandon Korn, Warren Grobelar with a combined score of 443 feet. Kurt Leaders with the DQ. Luke Strandland with 802, currently in second place. Christopher Olsen holding up third with 875. So a pretty large spread. Pretty large spread between all of them as they taxi by. Again, make sure to give them a cheer. If you are watching this on YouTube, Facebook, anything like that, we would love to hear from you. Make sure to throw a comment in and we'll try to answer any questions you might have. And as you watch this, be sure to make plans to visit another National Stole event. If you're coming to EAA's AirVenture Oshkosh, the weekend before will be just down the road in Hartford, Wisconsin. Brandon Korn now on the line. He's got a DQ in the books. He's got to get a great landing this time. Blowing up that dust all over Warren's shiny plane. Okay. Much shorter there for Brandon Korn. You notice he pulled and the plane still wasn't ready to fly. So a lot of this is timing, right? We want to make sure the plane has enough speed, enough air over the wings to get into the air. And I saw Brandon's plane hop a little bit into the air and then settle back down. Let's see what Warren can do. You can see him angling into the wind here. Sub 250. I'm going to call that 230. We'll see what it comes up in the scores. Kurt Leaders now. Pretty clean for Kurt Leaders. They're calling it shorter than Warren's. Here's Luke Strandland now. He started flying in 2014 and actually got the National Stole bug after he attended a competition with his sons. And now he's competing here on the Minnesota stage. Pushing that nose forward. He's got the flaps down. And he's off. And the Wilga. Little bit of a settling on the left main there, but he's off. Kind of a fun thing to think about if you are a pilot or training to become a pilot or just an av geek. The Wilga, the engine in the Wilga actually turns the prop the opposite direction. And so when we're flying our what I'd call like classically powered aircraft, we put in rudder inputs to counteract the propeller on takeoff, and it's opposite for you in the Wilga. While they circle around, I want to talk more about the people that make this possible. And the first people we need to thank are all the people that you see in front of you that have been volunteering their time, the great hosts we've had here in Isle helping take care of us. Just a lot of people coming together to make this national STOL competition here at SKOL STOL happen for you. And so just want to thank all the volunteers, everyone that's been able to do that for us. Also want to thank, we've got a great broadcast team in the booth. They've been really doing a great job bringing things to you as well. So a big team. And also, because I've got a little bit more time because Brandon's flying super slow, I wanted to thank all of you in the crowd for coming. Aviation needs more events like this. And when you come out and support an event like this, you help aviation grow. And so we're very thankful to all of you. Brandon Korn now in that massive, massive Cessna 205. One of the prettiest planes you'll ever see. That's because Brandon owns a collision repair company. Dropping it in. Oh, and it's a scratch. I'm waiting to see it on replay here. We're going frame by frame in the booth here. Definitely a scratch. You can see the dust kick up just before the line. Bummer for Brandon Korn. Warren Grobelar now. You've seen him all over the STOL world. You've seen him in STOL drags. You've seen him compete and perform at Sun and Fun. He's got a rowdy crowd that usually travels with him from Florida. Safely over the line. Heavy on the brakes. You see him balancing that forward momentum with the elevator controls. So improvement for Warren Grobelar on that one. His first run, 443. Big dramatic entrance there by Kurt Leaders as I was talking. 443 first run for Warren Grobelar. 405 second run for Warren Grobelar. So he's solidifying his lead. Let's see what Kurt Leaders did. Midwest Bush Company on social says Warren's 180 absolutely rips, and that's absolutely true. A bit of a long landing now for the Super Rebel, piloted by Luke. Okay, now we're starting to see a bit of a story develop here. Kurt Leaders' first landing was a DQ, but his second one now has him just nipping at the heels of Warren Grobelar. He's now in second place with 414. Tom C. on social says, we had a 205 for a couple of years, never thought it was a competition plane. Tom, you're absolutely right, and that's what makes National STOL so special. Here's Christopher Olsen now in the Wilga, putting it down about 125 feet, longer than the line. Just waiting on some scores before we move on to run number 3 for the touring class. They're going to taxi by you folks. Make sure to cheer for them. Pick the one that you want to win. Who do you think's got it? I want to see Brandon Korn get a score on the board. He's usually super competitive against Warren Grobelar. And as I sit here looking at that beautiful 205, I was talking to Brandon yesterday before practice and noticed inside that he had stripped the interior out. He'd stripped all the extra weight he could out of that airplane. I mean, It's a big airplane, so every pound counts when you're trying to get an airplane like that stopped. Looks like we're holding for transient here. Nice to see a Bonanza come in and land. Let's talk about our friends at FlightHelmet.com. FlightHelmet.com is a company that specializes in the sales and service of flight helmets, flight helmet communications equipment, flight clothing, and safety/survival equipment. They're full service, they're independent, and they service all make and models of helmets. If you're a pilot, be sure to check out more information at their website, FlightHelmet.com. You can save $50 using code NSTOL50. NSTOL50. FlightHelmet.com. You can fly with safety and comfort and leave the noise behind. And if you visited our merch booth, which I suggest you do because I know they're almost out of shirts already, visit the merch booth. You can see a sample on display. What a beautiful aircraft just took off in front of us there. Love the sound of a radial engine. And here they come now, taxiing by. Pick your favorite. Let them know. Brandon Korn. Followed by Warren Grobelar with that MT prop on the front and those new special shocks. Kurt Leaders in the Skywagon. Luke Strandland passing by the announcer booth now in the Murphy Super Rebel. That's a home-built design, by the way. That's a kit that you buy and build in your garage or your hangar. Christopher Olson in the 1990 PZL 104 Wilga. Aircraft's actually named Lucy. Lucy, I don't know if that's a very Polish name, Lucy. Here's Brandon Korn now. The heat is on. Again, pulling a little early, but it's off short. Warren Grobelar now taxiing up to the line. Look at how he is trying to get every last knot of wind on the nose. He's angling into that slight crosswind we have. He's angling to the left. And there's not much wind today, but he wants every tiny bit over his wings. It's interesting to see Warren pulled at about the same time that Brandon did, and they both did not leap off the ground as they normally do. So I think that light wind might be playing an issue here. Kurt Leaders taking a cue from Warren, doing the same crosswind grab. And he's off right where he wanted to be. He pulled at exactly the right time, and you saw a shorter distance from him, 200 feet-ish. Luke Strandland now. From Minnesota, folks. He's one of your hometown kids. You noticed on that takeoff from Luke that the left main gear, the left gear in the front, stayed on the runway a little bit longer than the other. And we always measure from the landing gear that leaves the ground last. The mighty Wilga now. That aircraft used for all sorts of things. Glider ops, skydiving, military observation. Really cool. You're very lucky to see one of those fly. They're very rare in the United States. Want to take a minute to thank our friends at Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL, and they provide excellent prizes. They provide a Garmin watch, a Garmin InReach, that cool Garmin USB charger for our pilots as they compete. Sarasota Avionics is your authorized Garmin dealer, and with the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They've got upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants. They're your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. That's Sarasota Avionics. The other thing I want to make sure that you know is I'm sitting in a wonderful, beautiful trailer, this broadcast trailer here. And it's quite comfortable for me, and because it's all about what I need. But it's also quite comfortable for our broadcast team, and that was provided by USTrailersDirect.com. So if you're looking for a trailer, they provided the production trailer where all this magic happens. You can get the right trailer for the job at USA Trailers Direct. They're in Colorado, Oklahoma, and Georgia. Here's Brandon Korn now holding it off. He knows he's got to get something on the board. It's safe, and dropping it in, really making that nose gear work. And you can even see he spun to the right at just a tiny bit, a little bit of brake fade there. He wanted one on the board, so he decided to get a little more aggressive. That's what I'm used to seeing out of Brandon Korn. Wind currently 200 at 0. Warren Grobelar now low, carrying it in behind the power curve. Hear that MT whistle as he got off the throttle. Her leaders now trying to grab a place there. You can see him digging in, just digging into this turf there. A little bit of throttle. He's happy with that one. A balloon for Luke. Improving every time. Kurt leaders now in your first place by a jaw-dropping 5 feet. Warren Grobelar, second place, 405. Brandon Korn on the board now, third place, 509. Luke Strandlin, 802. And Chris Olson in 875 so far, but he's got one landing left. He's over the line. Okay, I'm seeing the scores come in now as everything gets updated, and really great improvements from those last two competitors. Let's give you the current standings. Kurt leaders now. First place currently with 400 feet. Second place by only 5 feet. Warren Grobelar, he is not going to be happy with that. Brandon Korn pulling out a third place. Getting one on the board at the end in that 205 with 509. Luke Strandlin, 780 feet. And Christopher Olson in the Wilga, 788. And when we talk about those spread of distances, I also want to talk about how insane it is that planes are landing that short. I fly a Cessna 172 in my my piloting adventures, and folks, if you know, you know. Those are short distances. I don't think I could take off or land just either in a distance like that. So that's it for the touring class here at SKOL STOL. We're about to run over to commercial, and then we'll be back with more.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
And we are back here for SKOL STOL at Isle, Minnesota. What a wonderful day. It's such a beautiful day. We got these little puffy clouds. We could use a little more wind. So if you've got a wind machine and you want to throw it at the end of the runway, I don't think the pilots would mind. It's time for the rookie class. Rookie class is a great way for various competitors to get into National STOL in a low pressure way under the guidance of the other more seasoned competitors. Let's look at the lineup right in front of you. In front, Tony Effenberger, 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo. You're going to see more of those Super 170s in a little bit. Patrick McIntyre, 2006 Rands S7, all the way from Lincoln, Nebraska. And Dakota Hudak, 2007 Kit Fox Model 4, also from Minnesota. So give a round of applause to your local Minnesotans and that one guy from Nebraska. They're here to put on a show for the first time in National STOL. If you win the rookie class, whoever wins the rookie class today is no longer allowed to be a rookie. They have to enter the class that is most appropriate for their aircraft. Tony Effenberger in that Cessna 170, born and raised in New Ulm, Minnesota. He's got a day job as a licensed professional mechanical engineer and has 650 hours of total time. And it looks like they've been released. So Tony now coming up to the line for his first time in National STOL Competition. Tony's running a Hartzell prop, one of our sponsored Hartzell propeller there. You can see the tent that the air bosses are in. Hartzell prop built on honor. Here goes Tony now. First takeoff of his rookie career. Really short, actually. Okay, gauntlet has been dropped. Now, let's look at the 2006 Rans S7 piloted by Patrick from Lincoln. He's a part-time veterinarian, part-time professional pilot. On the veterinarian side, he specializes in orthopedic surgery for dogs. You can all say, "Aw." Here he goes. Rans S7, really light. Off about the same. Dakota Hudak now, 2007 Kit Fox Model 4 from Floodwood, Minnesota. See that rudder putting in work as he gets the beans applied? Yes, I agree. Give a clap for that one. Kit Fox kind of unique, but if you notice on the wings, instead of ailerons and flaps, separately it has flaperons. Where they combine the two surfaces together. Gives a lot of extra responsiveness and roll at slower speeds. Let's talk more about our friends at Hartzell Propeller. They're the global leader in advanced aircraft propeller design and manufacturing technology. And I didn't know this till I started reading about them for National STOL. The company actually traces its history to 1914, when a relationship between Orville Wright and Robert Hartzell led to the manufacture of the first Hartzell airplane propeller in 1917. All the way back, 1917. Aviation was just getting started. Company's founding principle of built on honor has been central to their corporate values from the very beginning. And the first through third place class winners at each National STOL event all over the country this year win entries into a drawing for a Hartzell Voyager prop at the end of the year. That's kind of a big deal. Tony Effenberger now on final approach. Got those wig-wag lights going so you can find him in the sky. This Super 170 really, really loved in the STOL community. Gives you some good top-end speed, lots of capability. Okay, you heard a little bit of a goose on the throttle there to keep it over the line. That gives him some extra speed to burn off. And he stopped. Great first landing on the board in the rookie class for Tony. Now to your right, Patrick in the Rans S7. That's another home-built design. It's a kit plane. You buy a kit, you get all the parts in the mail, and you assemble it together. The Rans, a very venerable bush plane and very affordable. And that's actually something we should talk about today a lot is aviation is something that you can make affordable. There are lots of ways to make it work for you. And one of those ways is if you're you got the skills, you want to learn, you can build an aircraft at home and fly it, and it becomes way more affordable. A bit of a balloon there. He's good over the line. We got the checkered flag. Getting on those brakes. It's a much lighter aircraft than the 170, so it's easier to stop it shorter. You can see it's actually a tube and fabric design, so that means that there's steel tubes that make the structure of the airplane, and then there's fabric stretched over that structure. So that's very similar to something like a Super Cub or a Piper Cub, kind of a classic design method. By the way, just got an update. There are only 7 SKOL STOL shirts left. We've got small, double XL, and triple XL. 7 shirts left. If you want to own history, go take a shirt home today. Here's the Kit Fox now. Good over the line. Balancing those brakes with the elevator. The elevator is the control at the back of the airplane that controls the pitch. So when you pull back on the elevator control, and the Kit Fox, I believe it's a stick. Other aircraft have a yoke, which is more like a steering wheel design. When you pull back on the stick, the elevator goes up to increase the pitch of the aircraft, and when you push forward, the elevator goes down, pushing the nose of the aircraft down. So when I talk about balancing the forces of the brakes, so that when the wheels are on the ground, the pilot hits the brakes, that makes the nose want to come over, right? Well, they don't want that prop to hit the ground, so they have to pull back on the stick and balance that out aerodynamically with the elevator, and then modulate the brakes, because the elevator can only give you so much, and it gets less effective the slower the airplane goes. It's a little bit of a dance on the pedals. And we saw Dakota do an excellent job dancing on those pedals that last landing. Tony Effenberger now ready for the second run. Right now, Patrick McIntyre from Lincoln is in first place with 406. From Mankato, Minnesota, Tony Effenberger. Currently in second place with 464. And Dakota Hudak in third place with 552. Here's Patrick on the line in that 2006 Rands. Love the visibility in those aircraft. Lots of big windows. You can see where you're going. That Rotax engine, when we talk about ways of making aircraft more affordable, you can also look at the various power plants. And some power plants, like the Rotaxes that you're seeing in these 2 aircraft at the back half of the rookie class, burns a lot less gas. The other thing you can do is you can be like me and you can share an aircraft with 14 other people. My Cessna 172, we have 14 partners, minimize the cost, all share the asset, we all get to fly. Look at that short takeoff! You see the judges conferring at the tape. Where did it leave the ground? I don't think anyone was expecting him to take off that short. We've got our competitors all in the traffic pattern right now, keeping that separation, and they're spaced a little bit more apart, I think, in the rookie class, just because they are rookies. You'll see when we have the classes, the aircraft are actually ordered in speed. You know, there might be a speed differential in the class, and they're ordered in terms of speed from fastest to slowest. That way we don't have any airplanes creeping up on each other in the pattern. Here comes Tony Effenberger now in that Cessna 170 Bravo, the Super 170 as it's known, with the Hartzell prop on front from Mankato, Minnesota. Bringing it in low. Flaps dropped. Got those big bush wheels hanging down. Good over the line. Easy call for the line judge. A little bit on the left side of the runway, but he's getting it straightened out. And stopped. Waiting for that landing score to come in. Tony's first takeoff was actually significantly shorter than his second one, so we might end up in the same place here. Actually longer. Okay, so first run for Tony was 4:64. Second run, 6:25. Now here's Patrick in the S7, keeping it nice and slow. And a scratch for Patrick. That's a bummer because that looked like he had that lined up real nicely, but with such minimal wind, it's hard to fly on the back end of the power curve like that. When I say that, what happens is you can get really nice and slow. Obviously, it's not a slow flight competition, but part of landing short is flying slower. You can get nice and slow, and you're actually controlling your engine power is doing most of the work for you. It's called being behind the power curve. So the risk to that in a competition like this is you would only do that low to the ground, and if you lose the little bit of wind you have, and we have so little wind today, your wing loses lift and you're landing a little bit sooner than you wanted to. Here comes the Kit Fox now, low and to your right. It's got it in ground effect. Safely over the line, real gentle, graceful touchdown. Always got to get the brakes on. Going a little bit to the right, going a little bit to the left. And he stopped. One of the great things about National STOL is when you come to these events afterwards, and if you're here in the crowd, I'd invite you to, obviously there's a lot of fun after the event is over, hours from now. And one of the great things is watching all of the more experienced pilots. We talk about kind of the legends of National STOL right now. We talked about Brandon Korn and Warren Grobelar. We're going to talk about Jeff Pohl in a little bit. We're going to talk about pilots that maybe aren't in the aisle right now, like Steve Henry and Dan Reynolds and other pilots that you've seen on the circuit. They just take these rookies under their wing, and there's not a lot of secrets about how to fly. Everyone's a pretty big open book on how to learn and get better. Tony Effenberger now gives it a good pull. They're calling about somewhere between 250 and 275. Maybe let's call it 260. We'll see what the judge's official score is on that one. His last landing was 266. This one, it just came up 264. Patrick in the line now. 540 Romeo Lima. Got the tail up, takes a bite, and he's off. Gonna call that maybe 190. His last takeoff was 189, so it would be incredibly consistent to have one at 190. 179. I was wrong, and I was wrong in the right direction. Dakota working that rudder again. And off real short. So let's talk about consistency here. Dakota's first two takeoffs were both 127 feet in distance, and he improved the landing distance dramatically between the first and second landings, between 425 and 333. This last takeoff, a little bit longer, but only by 4 feet, 131 feet. The current standings: Patrick McIntyre, 406. Dakota Hudak now, 460 for second place. And just 4 feet behind him, Tony Effenberger in the much heavier airplane, 464. Want to take a minute to talk about our friends at Rugged Radios. So Rugged Radios, they have a background originally in off-roading and motorsport racing, but Rugged Radios are designed for dependable communication in any environment. You can actually see over my shoulder here, we've got Rugged Radio headsets for all of our volunteers, all the staff and officials at National STOL that make this thing happen. Rugged Radios are the official radio of National STOL, and they keep us running safely, efficiently, and accurately. That's our air bosses, our production staff, and our line judges. And now Rugged Radios is even offering a aviation headset product, which you can see if you go to their website. Check out Rugged Radios. Appreciate their support. Now, let's take a look. How does one win this, says the Crow Show? I will walk you through it. Basically, the Crow Show on social, what we do is we take aircraft, put them up against the line, they take off, we measure the takeoff distance from the line to where their wheels leave the ground, they make a traffic pattern, they come in and land, and you need to land at the line or beyond it. If you land before it, it's a scratch. That one was a scratch, landed just before the line. But let's say it hadn't been, you'd measure the different distance from the line to where the main wheels of the aircraft stop. We add those two scores together, the takeoff distance and the landing distance, and that gives you your composite score. We want the lowest possible score. Here comes the RANs now, low, on approach. Safely over the line, doing that dance on the brakes that we talked about. And nice and short there for Patrick. And to wrap things up, here comes Dakota in the Kit Fox for the third run. With the scratch, Tony Effenberger not able to edge Dakota out. If he can get it really short, he could possibly upset Patrick, but it's not looking that way. Patrick actually with a big improvement on that last landing, now with 363. Let's see what Dakota did. Not an improvement there. So to wrap up the rookie class, Patrick McIntyre takes it with 206 with his 2006 Rans S7 with 363 feet. Dakota Hudak, 460 feet for second place, and Tony Effenberger in third with the Super 170 with 464 feet. Just 4 feet separating second and third place. Let's head over to a commercial break, and then we'll learn a little bit more about this rookie class and the adventure class.
What up, Sandy? Taking my time to bring it in for the refund.
Where history is made.
Action.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof off. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
Tony Effenberger from Mankato, Minnesota. I'll be competing in the rookie class. Right now I'm unloading all my gear. I'm going to take some gas out of the airplane just to try and lighten it up as much as possible. My aircraft is a 1955 Cessna 170B. Some of the modifications that I've done to it, I put the Continental IO 370, 195 horsepower engine with an 83-inch Hartzell constant speed propeller. Put titanium landing gear on to lighten it up. Redid the interior, the avionics panel. A lot of the modifications that can be done to a 170 I've done. I got my first airplane ride when I was 4 years old from my uncle who had an airplane. He would fly back from California every year. As well as my dad had his pilot's license. So you could say I got started at a pretty young age.
Pat McIntyre, I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. Flying our Rans S7. I'm running a TK1 gear and shocks and vortex generators. Those are my only mods. So I'm in the rookie class. This is my first time competing at one of these events. I've attended many of them, but first time being a participant. It's wonderful.
I think my takeoffs were pretty decent. Got to work on the landings. I was having a little trouble with the conditions today, and that's what I'm hoping to learn here. With the more seasoned veterans out there to pick up some tips and pointers and become a better STOL pilot. I think everybody around here, from the national STOL staff to the competitors, are very friendly, very accommodating. So it's a nice, easy, relaxed environment.
I was a little anxious, I guess, but as soon as I got in the plane practicing, then it felt fine.
I got some feedback from the competitors, just a little bit on the techniques that I'm using, and try to dump my flaps, for instance, when I get down, and help me stop quicker.
Well, my name is Keith Lang. I'm from Wasilla, Alaska, and I am flying a 1951 Super Cub. You want me looking in here? I have owned 27 airplanes, so I've been flying since about 6 years old, roughly. For STOL, It's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the stall stuff compared to the bigger guys. Well, I started on a dairy farm back when I was young. My father was a pilot. We used to fly remote for hunting. That's what we grew up. Through the years, I went through the military, got out of the military, went back into flying remote stuff. I live in Alaska. Up there, we fly for work. I have a wildlife control business. That's what I do for a living. I fly remote places, taking care of wildlife. The setup on the plane is pretty basic. The Piper Super Cub is a very simple airplane to fly. Really, the only thing that I have to contend with is being a little bit underpowered. Sometimes, I try and take advantage of the wind situation when I can. Every day can be different. I've been wanting to get involved with this for years. I'm kind of semi-retired. When I started seeing it originally, this is just something that I really enjoy, passionate about, absolutely love flying. And if you got a different reason just to fly from airport to airport, this is the greatest thing in the world. And the stall competition, the people that run this is such a fantastic job. Of course, we got the Vortex generators on the top. We have the certified Acme Aero shocks. That's probably the number one most important thing that I've got on here. Without them, it probably couldn't even compete.
My name is Jeff Polton from Malacca, Minnesota. I fly a Super 170B called the Dirty Bird. I just put wing extensions if you pan over here, and I don't know how to fly it yet.
Hi, my name's Michael Lindstrom. I'm flying this beautiful Cessna 170B model. I'm from Malacca, Minnesota, and we're here to kick Jeff.
Scott Sweet, flying the Blanca Scout. It's a Minnesota original company. I mean, it was based out of Minnesota. That airplane came out of here. It was a spray plane.
Performance mods are great, and sometimes some things just don't work.
She has a few mods. It has a Sportsman Stoll kit, Vortex generators, 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels, 0360 conversion. I got an 83-inch MT prop, which that 83-inch pulls so hard that Jeff that was running the 80-inch, he actually is going to buy an 83-inch to be like me.
I feel inadequate with some things. This took a turn. So anyway.
And Brenda, I need that beta. You know what to do. I've only said that like 45,000 times. Brenda, you in there?
Not sure if I'll keep him on for the competition tomorrow.
He says it's on the wingtips, but think that it's pilot error. The wind is pretty rough here.
You've got these 50 to 70 foot tall trees down both sides of the runway, and you got this quartering crosswind and burbling over the runway, and I don't have enough rudder, and I don't have enough aileron, and it was a struggle bus the whole time.
I mean, holy crap, I've never seen somebody slack so hard in my life. He was taking off in like 400 feet.
So it was a learning experience today, flying in the trees, coming down in there. And so, guys like Micah, I was following him today, and I got to know him yesterday. And it was great because I could follow him and kind of see what he was doing because he's used to this.
I was doing great out there. I was getting in some pretty solid numbers. I was right around 120 to 140 feet every time.
He's come a long ways. He flies really well, and I know you guys don't want me to say nice things on camera. You just want this big feud, but no, he does a good job. I have completely changed my mindset. With these wing extensions, I can't do that. And I'm coming in flatter. I'm coming into ground effect way before the line, getting the thing stabilized, and part of that is the wind. I have to now go back to the old way of doing things, which I've done, thousands of times. I just hope my brain can kind of do that flip-flop.
I'm 5th generation ranchers. We're really out in the middle of nowhere. Use the airplane to move cattle, go get parts, run to the nearest town that's bigger. Everybody around there has an airplane. All the ranchers do, because it's just something you can do in 20 minutes in an airplane. It would take you a day going out in a pickup and opening all the gates, checking water, checking cows. Grew up being a part of my life. My dad had a Super Cub, and it grew on me. I got 2 older brothers, and they're interested, but I was the only one that pursued it. I just fell absolutely in love with it today, to the point to where I was like, my goal is next year, everyone. I gotta make everyone.
And we are back here at SKOL STOL in Isle, Minnesota. Really excited to kick off the next 2 classes combined into one. You have the Bush class. You heard about it in the little package there. A little bit of drama happening in the Bush class between Jeff Pohl and Micah Lindstrom, both in those beautiful 170 Bravo models right in front of you. Jeff working with the wingtips. You heard him say in the package he wasn't sure if he was going to run them today. Well, guess what? They're there. So he's sticking with them. He's sticking with the mod. Micah behind him, kind of strutting his stuff with that MT prop, wanting a little bit of advantage. You heard him begging one of his sponsors for a reversible pitch propeller. We'll see what that does. We'll see if we can get that lined up. Behind him is Scott Sweet in the Belanca Scout. 8 GCBC. That's fun to say. He's from Hyannis, Nebraska. Using that plane all over for his ranching operation. And then in the adventure class, running with them is Keith Lang in that 1951 certified Piper Super Cub. Talk about just a really aggressive competitor. He's all the way from Wasilla, Alaska, folks. Achieved 3rd place in the Bush class category in Valdez. Just in a standard certified Piper Super Cub. So we got a really fun thing to watch here. Again, you're hearing, this is that story we talked about at the front of the day. You've got people running new mods mid-season, and they're having to adjust. And in just a few minutes, folks, I'm excited to have a special guest joining me on the mic. It's going to be good to have another voice on the mic with me today. Top secret, maybe not. Maybe not. If you follow me on social, you probably know exactly who's going to be joining me from Utah. Just moments from release. Again, in order, front, you've got Cessna 170 Bravo piloted by Jeff Pohl. That's race number 00, the Dirty Bird. He's one of your local boys from Malacca. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Malacca? Malacca? You say Malacca, I say Malacca. Here in Minnesota, just 15 minutes away by air, followed by his neighbor. I don't know if they actually live right next to each other. Micah Lindstrom, also in a Cessna 170 Bravo model. Started flying in 2009. Began taking lessons at 13 years old. I think he kind of looks like he's 15, but he's not. He's a young looking dude, but he's not a kid. He's 23 years old. He's got approximately 700 flight hours, and the majority of those are dedicated to tailwheel flying. Scott Sweet, again, behind him, 5th generation ranch pilot from the Sandhills of Nebraska. Grew up flying in the back seat of a PA-18 Super Cub. If you wonder what one of those looks like, look right behind him. That's Keith Lang's Super Cub. Again, he is all the way from Wasilla, owned 27 different aircraft over the course of his piloting career. And I just heard over my little headset that they have been released. So it's time for the Bush and Adventure class here at SKOL STOL. Jeff Pohl up first with those new extended wingtips. He originally put them on to compete with the Husky aircraft that are sometimes competing in this class. People like Austin Clemens needed a little more wing area to help get him a little slower on final. Super short. Definitely sub 125 for Jeff Pohl. Here's Micah Lindstrom now in that silver 170 with the black nose. So he's trying to grab a little bit of the crosswind, giving Scott Sweet a little bit of dust. And we'll see who's shorter. Micah was off shorter. He took a bigger bite. You saw that nose get a little bit closer to the ground. You saw the prop get a little closer to the grass. That gives him more of a lever to work with. And I've got someone great online with me who can talk about that. Scott Sweet now in the Belanca. Off a little bit longer, but he's got 2 more runs to make up for it. And it's definitely a different aircraft than those 170s. And last but certainly not least, 3rd place in Valdez this year, Keith Lang in the Super Cub. And everyone, I'm so excited to say, all the way from Utah, I've got Corey Robin, pilot of Ghost, STOL competitor. Corey, can you hear me all the way through the space connection?
Yeah, I'm here, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you 5x5, brother.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's good to be here, and I'm excited to watch some awesome STOL today.
We're working out a little bit of the connection from space, and I'm not exaggerating. This whole broadcast is remotely broadcast up to space via Starlink, and then back down over to Corey in Salt Lake City, if I'm not mistaken, in Utah. And now here comes Jeff Pohl, 00 Dirty Bird. Little bit higher. Good over the line, according to Lexi. Heavy on the brakes. He wants to throw the gauntlet right on the first try. Check in again and see if my friend Corey's able to chime in. All right, while Corey works out some of his audio issues, I have another surprise guest also joining us remotely via space. But before I introduce that mystery person, look at Micah now, wings flapping back and forth just on the edge, heavy on the brakes, yoke full back. See that elevator control we talked about, providing some of that aerodynamic help to keep him from nosing over. Nice and short there for Micah. And they are currently neck and neck, the grudge match between Jeff Pohl and Micah Lindstrom. 256 for Jeff Pohl, 262 for Micah Lindstrom. And Scott Sweet now coming in a little hot, it looks like, but he's over the line. Good flag. Little bit of brake fade to the left, but he's got it stopped. So the other mystery guest I have is Josh Richling, calling in from, I think, somewhere in Idaho, some mystery place in Idaho. Is that correct, Josh? You got me?
That is. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I've got you, brother.
Oh, outstanding. That is awesome. I was just told to turn my volumes down, figuring all this stuff out here. You know, we're pretty slow out here in the country, so we're just trying to figure out how this technology works. I'm the worst at it. So, boy, I'm totally dependent on you guys making this stuff work. And I'm just seeing the Super Cub from Acme Aero land right now. I don't know where my what I'm seeing on my end time-wise is related to what you guys are seeing.
Yeah, I think you're seeing it at the same time, Josh. And we've got Keith now there in the adventure class with a combined score of 382.
You should be good now.
Oh, I think I hear Corey now. Looks like a whole group here. Corey's mic is back on. We're hearing him.
Hi, Josh. How are you? Hi, Ryan.
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, we're going to watch some STOL. I'm really excited. Oh, the weather's great. It's a beautiful day, just like it is over there in Minnesota.
This is awesome. Seeing the, an actual track sort of cut in the forest for STOL is super cool to see. Also, the new faces, the new airplanes, stuff that I'm not familiar with, people who I don't know. This is so cool. Seeing this sport branch out and grow. Super exciting all around.
Absolutely. There's Jeff Pohl. Looks like he's doing a run-up or something, getting ready to go. You know, what's going on? Josh, tell me what might be going on in his mind right now as the competition gets real, practice sessions are over, and he's now got to go head-to-head with Micah Lindstrom today.
He would want to see them work, so let's see what they do.
You know, I'm not necessarily seeing a dramatic improvement in his performance with those wingtips. I don't know if it's the conditions or just him not getting or just not being used to it, but that was just Jeff Pohl takeoff.
If you look at Micah's tires right now, he's just forward of the line, and that's not going to help him get ahead in a short takeoff. That might help him in a landing, but definitely not in a short takeoff.
And Micah just taking an absolutely huge bite there. You know, Josh, as we stack this up for this class, one of the things that Corey and I were talking about yesterday with Jeff, and you teased it a little bit, is these wingtips, right? After practice yesterday, Jeff was all but convinced that he was going to pull the wingtips off. I think it was just too much, too new, and not giving him the kind of performance he was expecting. You know, Corey, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. Josh, I don't know if you want to give us your perspective as a crew chief in STOL. When do you make those wingtip changes? When do you pull them? When do you keep them?
Well, one thing that Steve Henry likes to do is he definitely doesn't like to use it when there's a strong crosswind or when it's gusty, because there is a lot less room for air when you've got those longer wingtips on. It's more like a kite. You're a little bit more behind it, a little tougher to control. So he doesn't like the feel of it when they're extra long and the winds aren't very predictable. As soon as the winds become predictable, either down the line or just they're not gusty, then they seem to be the best use, in his opinion, for that. However, every aircraft is different, every airframe is different, and people will learn as they go that not always bigger is better. There's always a weight difference you've got to overcome when you add those extra wingtips on. And I'm not familiar with Jeff's new wingtips. Were you indicating that he can remove those and put them on and off as needed?
Yeah, that was what he explained to me, was that he may have been able to pull them off overnight, that there was a switch he could make between the longer tips and the shorter ones.
I got you. So what we do is with Steve Henry's setup, we can change them between runs if we have to. So what you're saying is he'll have to do it, pick a day that he's going to have them and day not going to have them. Probably a little bit more work involved in removing those, which is great. And that's what we like to see is these new innovations in aircraft, traditional non-experimental aircraft, being able to do some of those things where you can see those changes and see if the planes perform better. We love to see these advancements, and hopefully that's one of the things that maybe was inspired by Steve and pushing these things for these guys to do better in the aircraft with the use of wing extensions and flap changes and motor changes and things like that. And I think that's what's going to help the sport progress as far as getting shorter and shorter distances. But even if it doesn't, even with just bone stock airplanes like in the sport class, it really gives an opportunity to really put pilot against pilot. And I think that's important as well.
So as we look at where we're at right now, we've got Jeff Pohl at 256, Micah just behind him, 262, and Scott Sweet with 498. Here comes Micah now. A little bit of a float there, getting it sorted out. A little bit of goose of throttle there to get him over the line.
The question, Ryan, and I don't know if we can get this from the booth, is are on the radio telling the pilots what their scores are? Does Micah know that he's only a few feet behind Jeff? That might cause him to push a little bit harder. I know sometimes some competitions, they read out the numbers, sometimes they don't. It would be interesting to note if he knew that.
So I can tell you, Corey, that the race control doesn't need scores back to the competitors, but I've heard that a lot of the competitors actually watch, or well, not watch, that would be quite unsafe, but they listen to our broadcast in between runs to see if I read the scores out. So he may have some knowledge of that. A little bit of a bounce there now for Scott Sweet.
Yeah, putting that beautiful American champion frame to work right there. Those bounces that's what happens in the backcountry. We've got to be able to learn to handle those, and that's just part of the course. We set them down nice and positively in the backcountry, and we do that on purpose so we can get on the brakes, and sometimes it's a little bit too positive, and it reaches the air again.
Now we've got Keith Lang in that Super Cub, and this thing's basically bone stock is what I understand. A little bit of, I think he's got some shocks on it, but not as highly modified as some of the other Super Cubs you see. Nothing like a Super Cub.
Yeah, and that's a testament to the superb design of the Super Cub. You don't really need to do a lot to it to be ready for all sorts of fun adventures. This is a great showcase of all the different types of airframes and how closely competitive they are. Keith competing against the 170s, who would have thought?
Now I'm checking to see if we have the combined score here for you guys. So that was Keith's best run so far with 364. And as we head into the third run for backcountry bush class, Jeff Pohl, 256. Micah Lindstrom, 262. His first run was his best. And Scott Sweet, also first run was his best with 598. Notably, as we were chatting, Jeff Pohl and Scott Sweet with DQs on run number 2. So still a little bit of ground to cover. Micah could still come and shore things up against Jeff. A lot of ground to cover for Scott, but honestly, newer to the competition as well.
And Corey, I heard you mention the difference in the different types that are all competing together, and that is something that's different from the original SKOL competition that created all of this in the very beginning, Valdez, and the way they put them together. And this wasn't anecdotal. They put it together based on previous years' takeoffs and landing distances, as Jeff takes off there, showing those wingtips, and got all that data from that prior year and was able to put them together with the different aircraft and seeing what planes really do belong together, which ones should be together, which ones shouldn't be together, and based purely on times. It's pretty interesting how the new setup this year is showing that there's these planes that you wouldn't ordinarily see together are actually coming close together in these times or distances.
Yeah, that's true. And, I haven't really looked at the numbers to see if it actually did do what it was intended to do, to bring the aircraft closer together, to bring the competition more closely matched. But it does seem, from a spectator's perspective, to bring the excitement in. And I just want to comment again on, you mentioned it before in one of Micah's takeoff runs. He seems to be pulling past that line just a little bit. Anytime you pull past that line on your takeoff, those are precious inches. And you can see, even, pulling up with Keith here, he's a little bit past that line. It just makes me wonder, is that Lexi pulling them a little bit past the line? Is that where she wants them, or is the pilot just rolling a little bit too far there?
One thing I noticed
if it were
from
me,
my
I'd
point
want
of view
those
on
inches
that
back.
is that I also see them. They're crabbing to the wind just a little bit. Is there a right crosswind from them? And it looks like their right tire might be holding back as they angle into the wind. And so maybe the tire that we see is not what Lexi's seeing on her side as well.
That's a good point.
Let me pull up the weather here to get a current wind reading. It has been nil, basically. 0 knots from 138 is which our personal National STOL weather station is reading. We do obviously have more wind than 0, so we can see the flag fluttering in the breeze a little bit. But yeah, just a slight crosswind, I'd say, from the left, not anything of substance. And that's the same story as yesterday. Pilots really struggling with the difference between getting the wind above the trees and having almost nothing below them. Before we move on, I want to make a couple of quick announcements for everybody. One is we have a lot of local sponsors that help make this possible, and we need to talk about, you're going to be getting hungry soon. It's almost lunch if you're here in Isle, and so there's tacos and Isle fly-in t-shirts and sweatshirts over in the hangar. So if you want to grab some great tacos for lunch, once we break for lunch, you can get those over in the hangar back where you walked in. Also, the donut cart. If you don't want a donut, there's Jeff Pohl dropping it in. If you don't want a donut, they also have wraps for lunch. You can have donuts or wraps for lunch. That's something great there. A little bit of power there from Jeff Pohl now. Wonder what that means. And Micah now coming in.
Yeah, here comes Micah Lindstrom. This will be his chance, right? Yeah, this will be his chance to catch up. Only a few feet separate him and Jeff, so, I expect him to really be pushing it here.
Speaking of pushing it, there you go. Woo! That was a short one. The crowd is going wild.
Yeah, that was a great performance by Micah Lindstrom there. Going to the replay. Let's check this out.
And I need to top in with a quick announcement. Zach, if you're here in Isle, Minnesota, this is really important. Zach from Lionel Lakes, your float plane is loose. You need to go report to Johnson's across the lake. Zach from Lionel Lakes, your float plane is loose. I never thought I'd make an announcement like that. Here's Scott Sweet now.
That's a fun announcement. Zach, your float plane is loose.
Definitely not something I've ever heard before at a STOL event, or any event, actually.
Oh, I love it. That's the best. Only in Minnesota, land of a million lakes.
Oh.
I love flying over Minnesota. I am excited for our slow and low to Oshkosh journey here, kicking up in a couple of weeks and flying over this great terrain. Watching this from Salt Lake City, Utah, mountains, it makes me long for the Midwest. I'll be honest about it. It's beautiful there.
And I just want to point out on the scores there now, as we've got Keith coming in, you might notice a switch of the scores. We have a new leader, Micah, with that impressive landing. Now first place in the bush class, 232 feet behind Jeff Pohl's best 256. Love that little nod that Keith gave the crowd there and as he stopped his airplane. Scott Sweet, I want to make sure we mention 488 in third place. So Micah bringing it out at the end to kind of pop in front of Jeff. He's not going to be happy. Also, as long as it's popping up on the screen, Bex Poodles says, here from Texas. Hi, Bex Poodles. Are all of the Poodles here from Texas, or are you just one person with Poodles? I'm curious about how that works.
That is a fun username, though, Bex Poodles. Probably runs a groomery or some sort of a something. But I like
groomery.
The Poodles.
I love that word. Groomery. That's fantastic. Okay,
it's a groomery.
It's a groomery. It sounds like a creamery. Yes. I love that. I'm going to get shirts that will say groomer. I own a groomery. I like it. Boy, the crowd is a huge crowd there today. As I watch here from Wilder, Idaho right now. Not enough internet at my place, so everybody's being helpful and letting me use their internet. So.
Yeah, it's so great to have you, Josh, and have you, Corey, join me on the mic. And there goes the backcountry class. Again, just want to recap that. Micah Lindstrom sneaking it out with 232. You heard the crowd go wild on that one. Jeff Pohl not going to be super happy. Probably will blame the wingtips. 256 for second place. Scott Sweet bringing up the rear in third place in that Belanca Scout with 488. And we have to go to commercial, but before we do, I just want to mention the local sponsors again. We need to give them some love. First, Appledore and Sunset Bay Resort. They're holding a closing luau for the pilots, and you can come if you'd like. If you're in the crowd here in Isle, Minnesota, 6 wristbands are still available for guests who want to come hang out with the pilots. Those can be purchased first come, first serve at the merch booth for $35. We also have to thank Mugs at Millox. Got to have a beer in a mug there. Go figure. Really great help from them. We had dinner there Thursday night. Lil Orbit's Donuts. They got donuts and those wraps we mentioned over by Camping in the Gate. Fiddlesticks Golf, also a local sponsor. Johnson's Portside, also a local sponsor. Appreciate their help. And Smokin' Mortars Meat. They sponsored the Friday night cookout last night after practice. So big thanks to all of them. We are going to take a short break and then head back for some more action. You see Colin Caneva taxiing up in front of you right now. He's anxious to get it in the air.
Excellent.
Hey, I'm Chad, and I am Legend. So once I decided I wanted to buy a bush plane, a Super Cub, before I began my research, I had never even heard of Legend Aircraft. I had heard of a couple different manufacturers, and that's really what I started with when I started researching. It was only through doing different Google searches and getting on the forums and hearing about this Legend brand that I began to really research them. And what I know today is Legend Aircraft is the best kept secret in aviation. It doesn't appear to me that they spend their money on a lot of marketing and advertising. They spend that money on research and development and into building a great product. Another factor for me, aside from the build quality differences, the willingness to customize, the customer service, their willingness to sit down and almost do a kind of a ground up one-off creation. On top of that was the other manufacturer that I was looking at. If I were to spec out this plane as close as they could get, I was getting less value, a less rugged, less sturdy, not as well built airplane, and an airplane that ultimately at the end of the day was not exactly what I wanted. That plane spec'd out at about $100,000 more than the Legend Aircraft version. And what I ended up with here with the AmeriCub was exactly what I wanted out of a bush plane and out of a Super Cub. And Legend Aircraft was willing to build that for me.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
What up, Candy? Taking my time to bring it in for the reef-up.
Where history is made.
Reef-up action.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof up. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
That should do it right there, huh? Did I say 8? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got it. Yeah, so my name's Colin Kneva. Flew up from Lincoln, Nebraska. First time in Isle, Minnesota. I was corrected a couple times because it's not Isles, Minnesota. There's only one Isle here. So pretty excited about this competition. I get to compete against Rick, who nudged me out last time, but I've got the advantage on him this time. You know, it's getting towards the middle of the season, 3rd or 4th event, so everybody's pretty much practiced up, and I think it's going to be really competitive, and that makes it fun to watch. You know, we just competed in Wayne a little bit ago, and boy, if we flew in those winds, we can fly in these winds, but it's going to be choppy coming over the trees, but then I think it's going to make for some great short takeoffs and some really short landings for guys, so I'm really excited about this weather.
Rick Boardman, I'm from Henderson, Nebraska, and I've got a 2015 Carbon Cub SS. I'm running the extended gear and the monster shocks, and I've got the slats on it now. And cargo pod, we're still trying to figure out whether that actually helps or hinders.
I'm Jeff Daly. I'm from Arthur, Nebraska, and I'm flying a Piper PA-11. And it was an ungodly slow cross-country trip, but we got here. Nothing done to it. You don't really need anything done to it. It's just a fun, cool little airplane to fly. Today wasn't awesome. The weather was a little bit challenging. The way the trees are set up, the wind was rolling over the top of them and kind of making a little bit of a rotor on final, so it's hard to get the airplane to settle in and fly slow. It's a lot of fun to fly, though. You're back to the basics. It's got nothing. Bought it about a month ago, and I've flown it about 75, 80 hours. Set up a little course at home, and I've been flying every night. I'm just here to have fun, see friends. Everybody's super nice and happy to have airplanes here.
And we are back here at SKOL STOL in Isle, Minnesota. We're getting ready for the sport class. And after the sport class, we're going to have a little break for the crowd. And you're also going to see some really cool things happening in the air. We've got Craig Gifford and Britt Lincoln are going to be doing some aerobatic practice. They're aerobatic pilots that have to get some practice in. And they've got an aerobatic box here, just kind of a little bit little bit adjacent to the airport, so that'll be a cool thing to just observe. Let's look at the lineup for the sport class, presented by Flight Outfitters. Rick Boardman in the 2015 Cub Crafters SS. You heard in that package. He's from Henderson, Nebraska, and he just edged out Colin Caneva, who's right behind him in the 2011 Cub Crafters SS from Lincoln, Nebraska. The whole class here in Minnesota is actually from Nebraska, because Jeff Daly in the PA-11 right in front of the announcer's booth now, that beautiful plane you heard him say in the package, woo, that was a slow cross country, but we made it all the way from Arthur, Nebraska. So there they are, your sport class competitors here at SKOL Stol. It's like a tongue twister. How do you say that 3 times fast? So yeah, gentlemen, as we get ready for this, you guys both, Rick Boardman, Colin Caneva, I think Jeff Daly as well. Anything that you have, I'll open it up to Corey. Why don't you tell us first what you're expecting to see in the sport class today?
I just expect the teeth to come out a little bit. We're going to see a lot of, it's really going to come down in my mind as to whether or not Colin Caneva can beat Rick Boardman. It'll be fun.
Josh, you have any thoughts on it as we get prepared to go?
Oh man, Corey just nailed it. I mean, Rick Boardman is so tough to beat, and for that matter, so is everybody else in the class actually. But you think with Rick having that giant belly pod under there, with big fins is going to be easy for Colin to get a hold of, but it seems to not be hindering him in any way. In fact, helping him. And Colin's just trying to figure it out. How's he going to get ahead of Rick? It's going to be tough. Boy, flying to both nearly the same airplane, nearly the same aircraft. You've got somebody, Rick, for a living every single day, flying, spraying and doing what he does, and you got Colin, flying a few times a week, for recreation. So I wonder if that translates into the ability to fly that plane better, just there every single day, fly like it's just.
And here's Rick Boardman now taxiing up to the line with that belly pod. Josh and I have talked about that belly pod at every competition that we've announced together at. It's just like this mysterious thing on the belly of that aircraft. You notice in the package he's made some additional mods, right? I think he's got slats that are new, at least new this season, that he mentioned. So that's exciting to see. And he's about to take off now. It sounds like they've been released by the air bosses. So any second now, there's the power coming up. And he's off short. Oh my goodness. We're finally getting into these really short takeoff distances because we've got these lighter aircraft, more powerful aircraft, maybe 99 feet.
Now, Rick looked like he gave up at least a foot, and it looks like Colin's only given up, a few inches. So Colin's got that going for him anyway.
Josh, I think you were right earlier when you mentioned that they might be crabbing into the wind a little bit, and that's a great takeoff from Colin Caneva. Definitely putting the heat onto Rick Boardman.
And I can give you some preliminary scores, gentlemen. We've got 81 feet for Colin and 99 feet for Rick Boardman on those takeoffs. Jeff Daly now.
And these conditions, and I know both of those aircraft really quite well. Those are really good numbers in these conditions for both Rick and Colin. And Jeff putting in a really good take on his pretty much stock Super Cub as well.
While they make a loop around in the pattern, I want to make sure that we talk about a few more of our sponsors. We need to talk about Lift Aviation USA. They're a new sponsor of National STOL this season. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products that they wear in the cockpit. So Lift Aviation is bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. You can see a sample of a Lift Aviation helmet in the merch booth. They are actually giving away helmets to the annual champion of each class. That's a huge prize for our pilots. If you're going to move on into unlimited or even just some more aggressive flying, whoa, Rick Boardman hanging it out, dropping it in. It's good, according to Lexi.
That was some
that was a good one.
Excellent piloting skills by Rick, saving that from the tip stall there. You notice he did not give it any aileron input. I believe that's what was able to get him back in line there. Only elevator and rudder, a little bit of power. Here comes Colin, though. Let's see if he can put in a really good landing here.
Big balloon, real nice and short. He dropped it in, really worked those shocks.
So from my point of view, I'm seeing a lot of vortices seemingly coming off of these trees or something. These trees must be affecting something, from my point of view. This is similar of the Sun and Fun situation where they hit the trees and then also Wayne when they were hitting the RVs. Because I know both of these pilots and they don't fly that loose. So something's going on that are making these wings rock around here. Some sort of little vortices coming off those trees. Are you seeing that there?
Just wanted to watch Jeff Daly land there. I think that I don't know if I'm seeing it, right? The tops of the trees are definitely blowing in the breeze here and there, but what's happening for sure, and conversations, at least yesterday after practice, is that everyone was reporting really squirrely conditions above and that transition, so I think you're right.
Well, a really good indicator is one of the cameras just panned down the field and you could see all the advertiser flags. Some of them pointed different directions. So you're definitely having some swirling winds there. And Colin Caneva, just to recap, with a score of 205. That's the current standings. Rick Boardman very close behind at 221 feet, with Jeff Daly putting in a respectable 477 combined in a stock PA11. That is fantastic. Ready for the backcountry.
So I hopped off microphone right there for just a second to talk to one of our air bosses, Jerry, and he said, same story today with the winds. Same story, just super squirrely up above the trees. And so I think, your assessment, Josh and Corey, is totally correct that that's a little bit of what we're fighting here today. So John Jughead Council watching the stream, the legend himself. Jughead, so great
John
to see you, man. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, John's no stranger to the seats that we are sitting in now, the announcer seats, or in the cockpit as well. John, Jughead Council, one of the nation's national treasures. Just love him to death. If you don't follow John Council, he's got a great YouTube channel where he flies around with his dog Dakota and shares backcountry adventures with him. Really fun person to follow, and if you ever have a chance to meet him in person, he's just as heartwarming in person as he is online. Colin Caneva putting on a clinic today in that Carbon Cub SS, nicknamed lovingly Doc.
You can see there, too, Colin currently in the lead with 205, Rick Boardman 221, Jeff Daly 477. We'll see how that wraps up after this next run. And while they're doing a little loop around in the pattern there, again, want to remind everybody that we'll have an aerobatic practice happening after this class, and then another aerobatic practice at the end of the competition today. So that'll be really exciting to see. Speaking of aerobatics, Flying Eyes Optics sunglasses, I don't really know how to connect those two, so I was trying to make a suave transition. We were talking yesterday, Corey and I were talking. I cannot believe I missed this. So Flying Eyes sunglasses, they're the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. I just ordered some for myself, some prescription glasses that are going to be coming in the mail with some magnetic sunglasses that clip on the top. I think Josh has the same exact ones. He's actually wearing them on his camera right now. I did not know or remember. Ooh, Rick Boardman again getting a little loose, but correcting it again with that rudder. Heavy on the brakes, balancing it out just on the edge. A little bit of smoke for us too there, Rick, with a really short landing. I did not know, just to close my tale of woe, that there is a coupon code for National STOL. Yeah, there's Josh with them on, clipping on and off. National STOL. The coupon code is National STOL, all written out, all caps, one word, National STOL. Save 10% on your sunglasses. And guess who didn't do that? Me. There's Colin Knieven now with a great landing. Super short. You're right, Corey. He is putting on a clinic.
Yeah, Colin Knieven just puts on such a great demonstration of pilot capabilities and the capability of his aircraft. Just really fun to watch. But no stranger to the backcountry. Here's Jeff in the 11. Beautiful red and white airplane as he comes in and just plants it down right where he needs to. Just having a great time at the competition today. You know, you just can't beat being at a National STOL event, and SKOL STOL looks to be a fantastic one.
I'm bummed I'm missing it. You know, here in Utah, we with the Wild West crew, we tour pretty much all the events, and with all those, there's just so many. National STOL is growing at such a rate. You can't keep up with all of them and still be back home making the parts that you need to make to keep the company in business. So you have to stay home and catch up on things and keep tinkering around with EHA 8. And so that's awesome for National STOL. They're growing at the rate they're doing, and we'd love to be a part of any one of the events. Any of them that come west, we'll definitely be at. But boy, we put on tens of thousands of miles going to all the different events. And once in a while, we've just got to cut one out, one or two here and there. And this is one of the newer ones that we said, you know, we've been across the country so many times. We're just going to take this week off. And looks like maybe we'll be catching it next time, though. Looks like a great time.
Yeah, this is by far one of the... I hate to say it because I love every National STOL event I've been to, but this is one of the most beautiful STOL airports I've ever been to. It's just, you know, maybe I'm just a little bit in awe of how comfortable the weather is. Normally it's really hot, really cold. And so it's been a really beautiful day. We got the sunshine, those nice puffy clouds. Maybe that's not helping in terms of the turbulence up there for the pilots, but it's fun to look at. And we're getting ready for the third run now of the sport class here. Rick Boardman on the line. And I was looking at one of the cameras. He definitely is giving up a few inches on the line right now. It doesn't appear to be crabbed too much. So maybe we've got a little bit of a little mini story that we're discovering here in terms of how much everyone's given up. Rick needs every inch. I think, Corey, you said that before. Rick needs every inch he can to catch up to Colin. It's tight, but every little bit helps.
You know, and these guys are veterans. It's very unusual that they would be giving up. So there must be some illusion that they're looking over at Lexi and seeing this line in a particular place. She's seeing it in a particular place, but we're seeing a completely different parallax or something going on with this wheel that they're looking out the other window. Now, Colin's a little bit better at it, but he's given up a few inches there as well if you look at the center of that axle.
And those few inches can definitely make a difference because look how short that was, sub 75.
That was a fantastic performance from Colin. I keep calling him Calvin. We'll just call him the Dock Monster.
73 feet, guys.
73 feet is magical in any aircraft. He should be very proud of that number.
Rick Boardman had 85 feet on that takeoff too. So Rick Boardman now really tightening up his first takeoff was 99 feet. His second takeoff was 125. So Rick Boardman now in striking distance of Colin for sure, because their landings have been fairly close to each other. But yeah, we've got definitely a tight race happening there between Colin and Rick.
Yeah. You know, it's so fun to watch these two competitors go head to head with such similar aircraft, such similar styles, and have them just having such a great one another.
And like you had said, they're tightening up. And even though they get a great takeoff, if they don't stick this landing, that whole run is a wash for those folks that are new at this. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah. I mean, if you scratch, it's over. So you got to make sure you get it in. So yeah, here comes Rick now, 85 feet for the takeoff. His best landing so far, 122. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Colin's really got to fight after that one.
You know, Rick is really flying aggressively. That was a fantastic landing. You can see that he's just busy as can be, but a fantastic landing. That had to be sub 150, sub 100 even.
That landing for Rick Boardman was a jaw-dropping 81 feet. Colin with the scratch following it up. So now we do have a place change. Rick Boardman in 166.
That has got to be
painful. Huge. Oh, that is a huge improvement for Rick Boardman. He's got to be very excited about that. That might actually be one of his best scores to date. Pushing it hard here at SKOL STOL.
As Jeff Daly comes in real quick, I want to remind everyone in the crowd and on the stream that we are actually action doesn't stop after sport class. All the competitors will be coming back for 3 additional runs after lunch. So while Rick may have unseated Colin in this first heat, Collins can still come back and strike. Colin can strike back like the Empire and try to reclaim that first place this afternoon.
Boy, are they going to call Jeff Daly
Colin's
a scratch on that one?
Yeah, they probably need to. But Colin does have his work cut out for him for sure on the afternoon round. That is a huge gap, one of the largest gaps we've seen between these two on the circuit.
And I'm just confirming that was a scratch for Jeff Daly. So finishing up this morning's runs for sport class, Rick Boardman with 166 feet. Colin Knieva, you see him on the camera right now in that beautiful Carbon Cub with, wait a minute. The scores are updating. Guys, look what just happened. Colin Knieva now on 154, Rick Boardman 166, and Jeff Daly with 446. So it's really back and forth in sport class. This is going to be a fun one to watch this afternoon.
Yeah, that's interesting to see that score come in late and kind of changed the game, changed our whole paradigm, our whole discussion. Colin Knieva at the 9th hour coming in with a great landing. I thought they might have called a scratch on that one. I'd like to hear from the judges a confirmation as to whether or not that 154 was that last run or not. But they both did a fantastic final takeoff and landing.
I'm looking at the scoring sheet right now, and run B is the 154 number. So yeah, that's a little bit of a switch between the two of them in a matter of minutes. And as we get ready for this afternoon's runs, first, Josh, I want to open it up to you before we take a short break. Anything that you've seen this morning that you want to see changed or improving? If you had to give some advice to some of the pilots as they head into the afternoon, what would it be?
well, particularly in this class, they're definitely giving up a few inches on that takeoff, and whether or not that translates into a shorter takeoff or not kind of remains to be seen. But I'm seeing something consistent. If you look at the replays of each one of the planes, something is happening at about the 100 to 150 foot mark. And these are the things that I look at and would translate to these guys as pilots, saying that there's something going on with the wind right about that line at 100 and 150 foot mark. And Rick Boardman is really behind the curve, which is good in that particular zone that he needs to be in. But at the same time, there's something going on with the wind at that point. And I don't know if it's the trees, the wind's hitting something, but it's very consistent. It's affecting everybody's wings at about that mark. And there's something, if they can stay smooth over that and get through it and not drop a wing, that would be just like they've been doing. They're the epitome of professionals in piloting. But I know that's slowing them down a little bit, throwing their confidence off right as they go to approach the line. They're not hitting it as smooth as they'd like to. If that wind stops, that might be a big difference for them in coming up a little bit shorter and having a smoother transition to that final short final for that landing, getting over that line.
And before I turn it over, Corey, to you, we did have a little bit of a update again. So that last run was a scratch for Colin Kaniva. So our original assessment stood. Rick Boardman, just to give the final scores that have been corrected on the sheet, Rick Boardman 166, Colin Kaniva back to 195, because that last run, which would have been 150, would have put him back into first. He did DQ on that one, so he's still in second place. Jeff Daly holding tight at 446. Corey, anything that you would say to the pilots as they prep for this afternoon's runs?
Another layer of sunscreen, keep up the hydration. And boy, I got to tell you, have a lot of fun in your airplane. That's really what this is all about for me. The competition definitely is a fun element to it. But man, it doesn't get much better than crawling into the cockpit, jungle monkeying your way up in there and flying around in a bush plane. There's just nothing finer. So my biggest thing this afternoon is I expect these pilots to just have a great time, and I'm going to have a great time watching them. I'm excited to see everybody flip around, get the scores tightened up. It's going to be a fun afternoon.
It absolutely is, and we've got some departure now on the field. Next up on the schedule is we have a aerobatic practice that'll be about to happen just off in the aerobatic box next to the airport. So that'll be cool to see. We're lucky to have a practice like that happening nearby during our competition. And then we'll be back to run it all again. So there we go, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out here. Grab some sunscreen yourselves. Grab some food from the great local vendors. If you are tuning in online, hang tight. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. Looking over here, I think we've got it's another like Cub type. Oh, Champ. Looks like a Champ coming in. Love to hear that whistle of that prop there. So the action is continuing into the afternoon, and Josh and Corey, we will sign off briefly, and I will see you guys all soon.
All right, I look forward to it.
What up, Sandy? Taking my time to bring it in for the reef-up.
Where history is made.
Up action.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. Be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof off. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
you're hot.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing today? You ready to see some really fantastic aerobatic flying? All the women out here, raise your hands. This is a girl flying. She is absolutely fantastic. She's better than almost every guy in the country. It's Britt Lincoln. This is her first year on the air show circuit, but she's been flying aerobatics for about 5 years. She just made the U.S. Aerobatic team this year, and she'll be competing at the World Championships in October. Those are in just outside of Reno, just south of Las Vegas. A town called Jean, Nevada. She'll come diving in from right about there. Actually, I'll probably have to tell her that the show's on. Hold on a second.
Hey, Brett, I'm down here. Start when you're ready.
Okay, I got you loud and clear. Let me turn around. I'm coming back in.
She's up there just kind of surveying the field, making sure that she knows where you are so that she can present her flight at the best optimal angle so that you can see all of her maneuvers. This is a training flight for her. She's practicing for the Duluth Air Show next weekend. She'll be flying at Duluth on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you get a chance, come up and see it. It's a wonderful show up there. It's a big show. It's her biggest show to date. She's really excited about it, but she's also excited to be practicing here today. Here she comes. When she doesn't have any smoke trailing the airplane, oftentimes in the air show world, we'll trail smoke so that you can follow the airplane. So you'll have to keep a close eye on her. We ran out of smoke yesterday. Here she comes, a knife edge flight. That's her 500-foot floor. She'll do 3.5 rolls straight up. Watch the precision on her stop. Perfect stop. She'll come up and she'll do an inverted flat spin. How many people watch the movie Top Gun? Remember they had to punch out because of a spin? Britt won't punch out. She'll just fly all the way through it. There's 3 turns of an inverted spin.
Push it out, crowd, just a little bit.
Doing a little bit of wind correcting here. The wind's pretty strong up there today. You saw it affecting the STOL guys today.
Cessna depart runway 34, they'll be southwest bound. That's good positioning there, don't get any closer.
Little slow roll on the line up here. Now watch this. This is one of her signature moves. This is a snap roll, only she's going to put 3 of them together. 3 snap rolls. Listen to the prop. You can hear that vibration even after the snap roll is stopped as those sound waves get down here to the ground. A lot of control movements it takes to do a snap roll like that, and to do it precise, it's really challenging. That's why she's on the team. Precision is what the flying on the team is about. Airshow flying is about making it look wild and crazy, and Britt combines the two. She combines precision and a lot of wild and crazy moves here. So here's the precision, nice 4-point roll on top. She's got a bunch of altitude here so that she can do a tumble. If you're a mountain biker, you know about endos, going end over end. She's going to do that in an airplane. Right here she goes, end over end. Look at that. Woo, it came out right on heading. She'll do a roll, turn around, and then back in to the crowd in the performance area. She's really getting good at those endos. She loves the tumbles. To show your wing here. Next weekend, she'll have a sponsor on the wing, and she does that so that you'll be able to see the sponsorship on the top of her wing as she comes across. 1 1/4 rolls on the way down. This airplane rolls. If you're familiar with airplanes, your average general aviation airplane rolls about 60 degrees a second. Her airplane rolls about 400 degrees a second. Now she's going to do a tail slide. She'll back up. Watch, she's just going backwards, just falling backwards. Flops out of that tail slide. Airplane has about 330 horsepower. It's not tuned real hot, actually. There are people that run that motor as much as 360, 370 horsepower, but We like to keep it tuned down just a little bit. It lasts a little bit longer that way. Some air show pilots redo their motor every year. We do it about every 5 years. Snap roll on the way down. So I told you the airplane will do an aileron roll at about 400 degrees a second. It's about 600 degrees a second with a snap roll, where you involve rudder and elevator. In addition to precision, she flies with a lot of grace. I call it style and grace Brittany. And she's on. The gracefulness, the precisionness, just looks really great. I think she sets up for another tumble after this. She'll do a 3/4 roll, go exit to our left. And then she'll do what we call a half loop up. Some people call it an Immelman, but on the top, she's going to do another tumble. She'll get to the top, she'll push hard right rudder, and then she'll immediately go left rudder. Watch the nose go to the right, and then it'll go to the left, and then there's a tumble. There it goes, end over end, nice little shoulder roll. Back on heading. She's going to break off for a second, give herself a little bit of space.
Too close. Good job.
She's going to do a loop here, but instead of a normal loop, she'll do 2 snap rolls on the top of it. There's 1, there's 2. Nice round shaped loop. In her competition flying, she gets judged on how round that loop is. You can hold your protractor in the sky and see if it was a nice round loop. Good full roll on the bottom, no barreling. It's a 4-point roll. She's really been working on making that precise. That was a great 4-point roll. You think about as she's going up, 90 degrees on each roll, and there's nothing to look at out there. Only thing she can look at is the runway on the ground down here. Really showing the roll rate of that airplane, double roll. This is a combination you won't see anywhere else in the country. The precision, there's an 8-point roll. The power of the airplane and the skill of the pilot. She's the only female pilot on the U.S. team in 15 years. She's one of only 4 pilots on the air show, 4 female pilots on the air show circuit right now. And you get to say that you saw her at the aisle fly-in, otherwise known as the SKOL STOL. I think this is a 3/4 snap roll on the way down. She loves snap rolls. She hits them. Watch how fast this airplane goes around. Look at the perfect precision there. Perfectly vertical, perfectly knife edge. And coming over the top here, you get to watch this beautiful Cub take off. So do a 4-point roll on a 45 down line and then a half roll. It's a lot of rolling. She's got to get it going quick. She even held on there between the 2 rolls. Nice. And a double roll to finish off. Fantastic. Did you guys enjoy that?
Hey there, hang on a second.
That's the end of her performance. She's going to come around and do a little bit more practicing. You want to see a little bit more of this?
Hey, Brett,
they're applauding for you. They said they want to see a little bit more. Are you having fun up there?
I hope everybody's having fun.
Brett, what do you want to do next? Do you want to tell the crowd what you want to do?
You're going to make a low pass? What are you going to do?
I'll come in. I'll give him a rolling circle.
Okay,
so this one is an interesting one, folks. This is one we do in competition. It's a turn, 360 degrees while rolling all at the same time. If you watched her feet and her hands, you would think she was in a mixing bowl. It's just moving constantly. So she'll start with some left aileron, and then it's left rudder, and now it's a push on the elevator, and then it's left rudder. Now it's a pull again. Right rudder. Now she's going to push with left rudder, just round and round. And look how precise and smooth it looks. But I'll tell you, she's working hard up there. A little bit of a climb in that roller. Look how perfect that was. Nice.
Nicely done.
All right, I'll come in. I'll do a low pass. I've got these cubs on departure in sight.
Okay, get your cameras ready, folks. She's got a departing airplane, that Cub, off down to the right, and she's got them in sight. She'll turn around, and she's going to make a pass. She'll dip her wing to you. Take a pretty picture. Perfect day for pictures out today. Beautiful sky, trees and the clouds in the background.
No lower. No acro. Good job. Come in and land.
All right, thank you. See you on the ground.
Okay, everybody, thank you so much. Britt really enjoyed having the chance to fly out here in front of you, get a little bit of practice in before our show in Duluth. Be sure to come out and see her next weekend up in Duluth if you get a chance. Y'all have a great day.
And everyone, let's also give a round of a round of applause for Craig Gifford on the mic there. He did way better with hearing himself in his ears than I did just now. So thank you so much for coming out, and we'll be back with more STOL action in just a few minutes. And Craig just reminded me he's going to be flying at the end of the day for his practice session after all the STOL competition ends.
You want to back taxi on the runway or use the taxiway in front of the crowd?
I can use the taxiway.
Okay, proceed with caution. There are some pedestrians, but not too many, and they're watching out. They seem to be paying attention.
Okay, fantastic. If you see anybody, you see me going at anybody, just let me know.
Okay. They're going to rush out and want your autograph. But if you want to park in front of the crowd or follow, I think your company's in that golf cart there, heading slightly to your right.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'll come here and park in front and shut down and give them a wave.
The airport's yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, once you do that, shut down, open the canopy, and give them away.
Well.
Britt Lincoln. Yeah, let's give her another round of applause, folks. That was really cool to see. I was talking to Britt yesterday during the practice session for the STOL competition, and she flies a Super Cub. So she's not just an aerobatic pilot, she's also one of us in the STOL sector. And she was mentioning that the approach speed of that extra is about the same as the cruise speed of her Super Cub. So it's kind of a funny thing you've got going on there, something to keep separate between the two airplanes you fly. I don't know how many of the STOL competitors out here today are wearing parachutes. And folks, we will be back with more STOL action in just a few minutes. Just a few short minutes, we'll be back for the second heat of all the classes you saw this morning. We're really excited to bring it to you. We'll see if we have any upsets. I already just talked to Colin Kaniva and Rick Boardman, and they're kind of joking about, well, which one of us is going to grab it this afternoon? So you saw that in the sport class, and we will see even more of that in all the other classes as we resume in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.
What up, Sandy? Taking my time to bring it in for the Week-Pop.
Where history is
So
made.
Week-Pop action.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof up. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
And we are back here at SKOL STOL in Isle, Minnesota. What an exciting morning it has been. Look at that. We got a Husky on floats taxiing on by the announcer booth right now. And I'm going to wave at Britt Lincoln, who just did an awesome aerobatic practice in front of us. That was super cool, too. I don't know how did she do that without yakking all over the place? I don't know if I couldn't do it. But anyway, that was really exciting. And now we're getting ready to just kick it back into Turbo Over Gear 1000 because we're going back into the touring class in just a minute after this float plane takes off. That touring class, again, basically the heavies, right? We've got a Cessna 205, a Cessna 180. We've got Cessna 185. We've got a Super Rebel and then the Wilga. So we're going to see them get ready and mount up and get moving in just a second.
We are in Isle, Minnesota at a cute little strip on a really nice lake. My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. And right now, I'm the points leader, but there's some tough competition out here.
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a stall airplane, but it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They're a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but it's too bad because they're a pretty neat airplane.
I got no expectations of winning anything here. Just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
cold out there, but it was a lot of fun. That wind over those trees is whirling. It'll turn you sideways.
So that's the touring class, and I'm joined in the booth by someone who just wants to say hi to Corey Robbins. So I'm going to see if we can get our booth camera on. There we go. Just over my shoulder here. Corey Britt wants to say
hey,
hello.
Britt,
so
how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. It's good to see you. We'll see you at Oshkosh in a couple weeks.
Sounds great. Looking forward to it.
There we go. You got to make connections happen when you're here in the announcer's booth. So, Corey, Josh, I mean, the touring class this morning saw like a lot of really heavy competition. The most notable thing I wanted to point out for you guys as a little bit of a refresher for the crowd, Brandon Korn, who's been a solid threat for Warren Grobelar all season, 2 DQs. He did get a score on the board at the end with 509, which is good enough for third place currently heading into the second heat. That's someone I feel like we should keep an eye on because he's gonna be hungry to try to increase that pressure on Warren Grobelar. Wondering what you guys think about how it's all going to shake out this afternoon.
Yeah, that is a surprising fact about Brandon Korn. He's usually Mr. Consistent in that big, beautiful 205, one of my favorite airplanes to watch on the circuit. I do expect him to dial it back a little bit. It may have been the challenging conditions, but it may have been the pressure. He's now a veteran, and there's a transitional phase that you go through mentally where you start to establish, you get a little cocky. Let's just say that. You feel like you want to win, so you start pushing it a little bit. Now he's got to humble himself, bring himself back to planet Earth, and put on some scores. He's got to get it on the board. What do you think, Josh?
Man, when I look at the two planes side by side, Brandon should not be in contention. How does he do what he does with that plane? I was there next to you, Corey, when we saw that live, when he took off. I want to say it was 75 feet. Is that right?
Yeah, unbelievable.
I don't. It only happened once. He wasn't able to do a repeat, but you know the Coriolis effect of the Earth aligned with the wind, aligned with the turbulence, and somehow that thing got up in 75 feet. It is unbelievable, and even Warren is looking at him like, "How did you do that? Like, it's unbelievable. It doesn't even make sense." But if he's going to try and repeat that, I seen one of those earlier plays. I guess the conditions aren't favorable today to make that happen, but who knows? I've seen it happen before with a good headwind, but I don't know. That was pretty incredible. But he's definitely a contender for sure. He's somebody that Warren has to look out for until the bees get back, right? And from the West Coast, when he gets all that fixed back up, he'll be coming back. So yeah, there's just those two guys out there on their own, battling it back and forth for the top spot. And interesting to see how everybody else falls in right behind them, and who actually comes out on top. We don't really know. He says he's not running nitrous. He says he's not running a turbo. He's told me he's not running anything special. He says, "You're welcome to tear apart my airplane." Of course, we're busy. We never get a chance. Maybe he's depending on that. But there is something magical inside that 205 making it do what it does. And Warren, again, just consistent, always doing really, really well. Usually coming out on top, too, as well. I'm seeing Kurt Leaders here as the points leader right now with totals. What do you got? 400 right now. Is Kurt Leaders? Since I haven't been there, and Kurt Leaders running there today as well.
Oh yeah, Kurt Leaders currently in the lead today, Josh. Right behind him, Warren Grobelar, just a 5-foot separation, and then surprisingly, Brandon Korn 100+ feet behind them, even further. And then followed by Luke Strandland. And don't forget Christopher Olsen, one of his first petitions. Really good to have him on the circuit in the Wilga. That'll be a fan favorite this afternoon. Should have a little bit bigger crowds. I'm no stranger to that aircraft myself. But always a fun, big, gnarly, burly beast to watch fly and to listen to. That engine, the big radial on there, just super fun to watch, which is also a tease for what Shane Madsen is going to bring to Sodbusters, a radial Super Cub. Super excited about that coming down the pipe here too, Josh. Little teaser for a couple weeks from now at Sodbusters. Hey, Booth, I don't have any audio on Josh. I see his lips moving.
Oh, my goodness. That is my
There we
fault.
go.
My
Got
fault.
you now.
So you're absolutely right. That radial Super Cub is going to be so awesome to see. It's going to be fantastic. He's such a great person. Hanging out with at Oshkosh a couple of years ago, he was just wonderful. Can't wait to see him back. And actually, this time, have a plane that he's got going there. And so, I guess a question to you I would have is, as the most experienced Wilga person in the crowd, what do you expect from this Wilga? It is very unique, and I'm sorry I'm not there in person to watch it and listen to it. What do you think will happen?
They're a capable aircraft. They're not known necessarily for the shortest takeoffs. Their landings are quite a bit more impressive. The reason why the Wilga never really took off here in the United States is here we are just motorheads. We like horsepower, and that's something the traditional stock Wilga 35A just does not have. It has a 260 horsepower supercharged engine. Without that supercharger, anything above 3,000 feet, it really has terrible diminishing returns. And so as that density altitude creeps up today, we're going to see those takeoffs get longer and longer and longer. I'm telling you, that is a huge factor in the Wilga, and it's one of the reasons, one of the first things I did when I bought my Wilgas, I chopped the nose off and put a 400 horsepower M14 PF on it. A little bit different airplane, a little bit more weight, but it did perform a little bit better in the takeoff. But I got to tell you, there's such a unique flight profile of the Wilga. It comes in, it takes off and lands 3-point. You don't really want to get it up on the mains because of that big trailing link landing gear. It does, when you're taxiing it, it'll squat down. So hopefully the camera people can capture some of that as it is taxiing around today. You'll see one wing squat down, one to the other, side to side. It's really kind of a fun thing to watch. But I don't know that he'll be competitive, to be quite candid with you, in this crowd. But it's going to be a fun airplane to watch, that's for sure, and I'm certainly glad he brought it. And it's a testament to bring what you have. We've seen all kinds of wild aircraft on the National STOL circuit. We've seen the traditional Brandon Korn Cessna 205s and the Cessna 140s and 170s. But now we're starting to see the Storches, the Wilgas, the more exotic stuff come out, which is really kind of fun to see. I'd like to see some more people bring these rare, these kind of off the beaten path aircraft to National STOL, because, we do have a lot of room for a lot of different flight envelopes. And we could even, if it did take off in popularity, even create a few additional classes to accommodate those different and diverse aircraft. Really, the sky's the limit. It's just show up and let's play. It's a fun playground.
Show up and play for sure.
All right. Now, did I hear that we need to do a reboot? Is that true over there on your side? Oh, forget that. We got that solved. Okay, we're good to go.
Sounds good. Well, looking out at the beautiful Minnesota weather, it's looking like we need to remind everybody to put that sunscreen on, lather it up real good, get yourself hydrated as we get ready for this afternoon's round of flying. Got to take care of those bodies out there. Everybody, you're live on the internet. That camera can see everybody out there in that crowd. Let's give everybody on the internet a wave. Say hello. We can hear. Oh, there you go.
There you go. We can see that. I can see that all the way from Idaho.
Minnesota weather cooperating. Beautiful patchwork sky today. Absolute best of the Midwest. Hey, Josh, what's Steve Henry up to this time of year, getting ready for big shows like, Sodbusters coming up in Oshkosh? What's his preparation look like?
Well, it changes from year to year depending on if he's developing a new plane or if he's just kind of doing the status quo. If it's just the status quo, we're kind of just testing new parts. He's putting things on the plane or taking things off the plane that he think he might be better in performance and testing all that so that his customers and fans can do the same and he can recommend those parts to other people. This time of year, he is it's a brand new airplane, Yeehaw 8, number 44, Steve Henry, with Wild West Aircraft. He's got it out there in a few competitions. He's done really well. We've won, I think all of them but one competition. I think Dan Reynolds got us once in a STOL event with some crazy landing there in Florida. Good job, Dan. But doing really well with the plane. So he's looking at making changes. The cooling, I'm still developing the Yamaha engine so that it's more user-friendly for everyone to purchase here in the future. So he's kind of looking at that. What things can you make to be more usable by everyone, not just him. With cooling and intercooling and different things like that to make it just a better package for everybody. So always making changes back. And just testing, and he can get it cooled down for himself, the kind of horsepower that he's making. It's definitely going to work for somebody who's just making just kind of the normal average horsepower, say around the 200 horsepower range for the charged motors of
that's
that
really
Yamaha.
interesting.
So,
yeah. Hey, Josh, I hate to cut you off, but I have a question. Speaking of that Yamaha engine, there has been a big announcement by Yamaha in the last month that they're no longer going to be producing snowmobiles, specifically that engine line moving forward. What's the discussion like behind the scenes in your circles with the people that are such fans of the Yamaha engine? What's the mood? What's the feel knowing that those engines are soon going to be coming to a production end, which is crazy in my mind?
Yeah. I guess the question remains to be seen if they're stopping producing it under the Yamaha name, and will they continue to be producing it for Arctic Cat? Because the engine that technically they're using is an Arctic Cat, because although it's built by Yamaha for Arctic Cat's the one that's actually allowing public access to it, and that's a big change in the industry. So are they going to stop producing it on their own under their own name and only still provide to their customers who are purchasing it there, who are relabeling it as their own? That remains to be seen. I don't know. I think Teal Jenkins would probably be the expert on that, the one who makes the gearbox for it and keeps his finger abreast of all that stuff that's going on.
Interesting. Okay. Well, hey, I'm getting news from the booth that they need a few moments pause here to do some technical wizardry in the back room there in Minnesota. So we're going to pause here online just for a moment. We'll be right back in just a few moments after a brief technical glitch break. Why, you ask? STOL Mastery. I did hear that, Tom. You can hear me?
I hear nothing.
This is Corey. I did hear somebody say I heard nothing.
Okay, everyone, we should be ready to go soon as we get ready to launch the touring class here in this afternoon's heats. Just working out a few of the technical details here in the booth for our live broadcast, so thank you for bearing with us. Remember, the touring class is all of the heavy aircraft. And these are like really heavy, so like the Cessna 205 that we've been talking about with Brandon Korn. It's a 300 horsepower airplane that weighs 3,600 pounds at max takeoff weight. So they're getting fired up and getting ready to go. Again, if you're just joining us, my name's Ryan Dombrowski, and I'm joined by two of STOL's greats, Josh Richling, and it says Rowdy. It says Rowdy on his name, but Corey Robin, who you maybe have seen fly Ghost around.
I'm a bit rowdy every now and then. I've been known.
Are y'all able to hear me okay as well? I'm not quite so rowdy.
Yeah.
So till later.
We gotcha.
Looks like we've got it all sorted out. So, gentlemen, right before we took that little technical break, we were talking a little bit about, you know, the differences this afternoon. We were talking a little bit about the Wilga, about Brandon versus Warren. But I wonder if you could talk to me a little bit about Kurt Leaders, because you don't see him as much on the circuit. He's from Clear Lake, Minnesota. He's got a ton of flight time, and he's currently in first place.
Yeah, you know, this is his home turf, so he has a little bit of something to prove. It's kind of that hometown, you know, home court advantage, so to speak. It is a real deal kind of thing. I know that when there's a competition or something close to home, it does feel a little bit like you have an advantage. A beautiful Cessna getting in on the action with the wheel pants and everything. But yeah, I think it might be home court advantage. He might feel like Superman a little bit, and he's just putting in quite a performance. Plus, he's a really good stick. When he does show up and he does, perform at these events, he's very consistent, very skilled pilot. So it's not necessarily a big surprise.
And he's going to be one of those guys that, as you say those things to him, he's going to be, oh, shucks, whatever. But one thing, where he's really made his mark is in the SKOL drag world, where he can get that giant airplane of his stopped so quickly. It's unbelievable that giant machine. I've watched him outbreak, landing at the same time. I watched him outbreak a Kit Fox several times in competition, which is just unbelievable. So him being able to get on the ground and stop, and I think that's where his big advantage is going to be, is his braking distance. Once he's on the ground getting it to a stop, that's his real advantage over some of these other aircraft. Now, the takeoff distance, he's probably going to everybody else, I'm guessing. But we'll see today how that all plays out.
The other thing that I think is coming into play here, we've talked about how this event is a little bit of the, mid-season. A lot of people are starting to modify. We were talking about Jeff Pohl and his wingtips, and holy cow. So I'm going to take a break to look out here. I urge the camera people to switch to this beautiful biplane. It's a Travel Air. Taxiing by there, like, wow, we got a passenger on my shirt anyway. Ooh, that's a big bug. Okay, so what I was going to talk about with Warren, right, is Warren's playing that mod game too. He needed more power. Well, he thought he needed more power, and so he dropped the engine off his plane, put a new engine on it, and I talked to him last night, and it was that same conversation. Oh, I've got a new engine. It's heavier. It's more powerful. The plane is flying differently. I need to tailor my approach based on how this airplane's flying now. So, Jeff can swap wingtips. It's a bit more involved for Warren to swap end and engine back. But, wondering what you guys would say about how switching the motor could affect your performance as a STOL pilot.
I would think it could drastically affect that, when you're going to give it throttle, how much throttle you're going to give, how is it going to react when you give it that same amount of throttle that you used to give it before to make everything perfect, to try and match that line or meet right at that line when you land. The takeoff will change probably a little bit. I would guess that he's thinking he can pull earlier, but if he misjudges that ends up becoming a problem with him as well, because he'll end up pulling too early. If that happens, as you know, he just gets stuck to the ground like a magnet. So that's something he's definitely going to have to work out. But on the landing, it's definitely going to be a big factor in being able to know when and how much throttle to give when he kind of gasses it, to just kind of squeak it over that line. And that certainly could make a difference.
Yeah, I think for him, it's just all these pilots that we're talking about, they're such great pilots, right? So it's interesting to hear them talk about struggling, right? Like they're like changing things and they're struggling. They seem almost infallible normally. So to hear them talk around tacos in a hangar here in Isle, Minnesota, about how these changes are affecting them. And I don't want to call it buyer's remorse, but just like, oh, that was a bigger deal than I thought it would be. Or like, oh, the conditions this weekend with the low wind but very heavy wind above, etc., really playing into those changes. It's a different condition than 90% of STOL comps. We have heavier winds than this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But let me first say I'm jealous that I'm not there having tacos with you. That's kind of a bummer. But back to these guys saying that they're not at the top of the game. These are pilots that are normally at the top of the leaderboard. They're at the top of their game. These are guys that when they say that they're off and not feeling right, they're talking about they're off of being the best that they can be, the best in the world as far as their distances go. So just like if you took a motocross rider and let's say you took the biggest Suzuki racer, on the planet and is winning every race, and you threw him on a Honda or a Kawasaki or just some machine that was different than what he was used to, he is not going to win that next race because there is too many differences in that thing to learn. And even though he's arguably the best in the world, on his own plane or on his own motorcycle, he's going to have to make a lot of adjustments. And until those adjustments are made or learned, and that takes time. And I know that he doesn't have a lot of time to make that since the time he got his new engine and has arrived here. So that's going to be something challenging for him. So I absolutely think that that's all going to be a factor for him in particular over Brandon Korn. Now he maybe as this translates out into maybe upcoming weeks, he'll get better and better, and then that might become a more of a problem for Brandon. But it's definitely going to be a factor.
So then, you also talked about something really interesting. Like we're in the middle of the summer, a lot of STOL comps right now. Watching another aircraft take off here. It's a Stinson 108. So, in a couple weeks, we are headed towards Oshkosh, EAA's AirVenture, and right before that, we have another national STOL competition, which is Sodbusters. And so we're going to see, I think, improvement from today. My hope, I don't know, maybe I'm not a coach. I would say, maybe you guys should just hold the line, practice a bunch before you change back or change things. 2 weeks to the next comp, put
this
it
is
practice.
Corey. I just have a really quick comment going back to Jeff Pohl's wingtip extensions and the discussion that you guys were having while I was out. One of the things I thought of as I was listening to you in the other room live on YouTube was, have you ever driven an empty 1-ton truck? How's the ride? Does that make sense?
That's a good
point. So you're putting this really, really light wing-loading aircraft out on a really turbulent day, and it's just feeling everything because it's completely loaded, like a 1-ton truck rides when it's unloaded. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just something I was thinking of as you guys were having that discussion. Just thought I'd come back and bring it up real quick.
It sure does. And they're often being, these planes are getting tested at heavier loads when they were designed. Like they need to perform at these heavier loads. They're built around these heavier loads. It's a 4-place aircraft. He's flying it with one person in, pulled everything out of it, probably pulled his seats out as well, because I know Micah's doing that. And these things are stripped down. And you're right. You're absolutely right. They fly completely different than normal.
So just looking now, we've got the touring class taxing up to the line. Brandon Korn, who we've been talking a lot about, leading the charge. And the other thing that I think we saw at the end of the last heat was that Brandon Korn is not afraid to use that plane. It's beautiful, but he doesn't treat it like a hangar queen. He's willing to drop it in. He's willing to use the spring gear, use the nose gear. And that's what I love about watching him. Brandon Korn on the line now. Here he goes. We're kicking off the second half of the day here at SKOL STOL. Brandon Korn, nice and
really
short, sub 175.
Wow. Again, there's Warren giving up just a couple of inches. Again, we don't see that in other competitions. They're looking at about the same spot.
Kurt Leader's now your current leader.
Normally, this is considered a large plane until Brandon Korn enters the field.
So we just saw 168 for Brandon Korn, 171 takeoff for Warren Grobelar, and I'm waiting for Kurt Leaders to come in. It feels like, 174. Wow, all super tight.
Testing 1, 2.
Now, what aircraft am I seeing out there? Is that a Moose?
That is a Murphy Super Rebel.
Super Rebel. And I don't recall the difference between a Super Rebel and a Moose.
I should look up the difference. There is one. They look very similar.
Look at this.
There's the Wilga.
Launching. You know, Corey called it just right. He's got a lot of hours in these planes, and he knows that how they fly and how they take off. And boy, he really nailed it. And how it's going to have a little bit longer of a distance on takeoff. Let's see if he's right on the landing, which I'm sure he is.
I just love watching it take off. I mean, it's just so tall and kind of grasshoppery, kind of ungainly. I really love it. I looked up the difference between a Super Rebel and a Moose, and I'm embarrassed that we haven't asked that question sooner in the broadcast, but I appreciate you bringing it up, Josh. A Super Rebel.
My bad. Not to put you on the spot.
No, I love it. The Super Rebel is basically a Moose with a regular boxer engine instead of the radial.
Oh, okay. So it's the same airframe then. Okay. I feel less hilarious than not getting it right.
No, it's okay. It's interesting. A couple people had said it's a Moose, and I was like, no, it's a Super Rebel, because I saw it on the the sheet where the pilot puts it in. But I want to be clear. I'm getting this from backcountrypilot.org because they're not making those kits anymore for Murphy. So here comes Brandon Korn, very high.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to go around for a second.
Very graceful landing there, though.
Not bad. As Cam Walton's mentioning, he's got some FOMO over there where he's at. Believe me, I have the same thing, Cam. Don't worry about it. The fear of missing out, not being there in this beautiful field on this beautiful day, missing this event in person.
Yeah, that's how I felt when you guys were all at Wayne and I was in my basement feeling lonely.
Well, now we get a little bit of taste of that, so we understand.
Cam Walton, by the way, everyone should go look up his photography. Just stunning aircraft photography. A good friend on the STOL circuit, and it's been a real honor to get to know him and call him a friend. Here now is Warren Grobelar, also coming in high. I wonder if they're changing up their approach based on that rotor.
You saw that crab there for just a moment, or at least it looked like to me, or was he running a flip right there?
Now here comes Kurt Leaders. Really solid landing, really hard on the brakes, and something that we see every once in a while happened. I don't know if you noticed, Josh. His tail wheel touched before the line, but I don't believe the main wheels did, and we only care about the main wheels in terms of scratches. So I'm pretty sure that was a good one. I was so excited to see the tail touch down first before the line.
That sounds to me like a perfect landing, and that's what he's kind of known for is landing it perfect, getting stopped perfect. And like you said, it sounded, I could hear on my television screen or on my computer screen, the braking, it sounded like he was on pavement, squealing those tires. That is incredible.
Very aggressive, and he's actually, so interesting, we are shoring up everyone is shoring up their scores. The things are improving. We'll see what Luke Strandlin's score in the Super Rebel is. We'll see. You know, we've got the Wilga. I love just watching it come in. I got to say, people have given me a little trouble because I'm nerding out about this Wilga so much. I don't know why. It's such a soft place in my heart for it. Got a little bit of Corey Robin in me, I guess. But look at the scoreboard right now, Josh. We've got Kurt Leaders now 353. So he is, making a little bit of room. And Warren Grobelar tightening up too, 360, but he's still 7 feet behind him. And Brandon Korn looks like he's making up a little bit of room as well. But not enough yet to catch up to those two.
And the different feet when it comes to a landing is so. It could be the air that he got. It could be so many factors that are really even beyond their control at times. So 7 feet can be made up quite quick on the next run. But as we watch the replay of the Wilga, it looks like he's got a little scratch there. Is that what I'm seeing?
You are correct. Yeah, scratch for Christopher Olsen in the Wilga.
But yeah, it's still, like you said, very, very close. And, it's not over until it's over, until that last run. And like you said, in different competitions, it seems like those distances get shorter and shorter as they start to figure things out and get more practice on this day, in this wind, at this density altitude versus what they had yesterday. It certainly changes.
That's actually something, that's a great idea, Josh, to pull up the weather here. Let's just see where we're at. So right now, we'll see what our weather station says, but the latest METAR for Isle, the nearest report we have 280 at 7 for the wind, temperature 21 degrees centigrade, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And looking at a density altitude of 2,419 feet. So compared to competitions out west, or compared to where you're at, it's basically sea level. But that could be a difference, right? If you're not used to it, it could be a difference.
That's exactly right. And that's kind of one of those these discussions that go back and forth between, say, like a Valdez competition, which it's always having a steady wind at sea level. You're going to get some performances, whereas you come out west to the western United States, you're going to be at altitudes, and you're never going to have steady winds. They're always going to be gusty, and things really change there as well. I seen Bex Poodles post up there that's Brandon Korn's. She said, well, anyway, whoever it was said, that's my son. So it's either Brandon Korn's mom or Brandon Korn's dad in there. Bex Poodles giving their information with that great name, that great tagline.
Here's Warren now. Okay, Warren's getting a little more aggressive now. Okay, that was shorter for sure. Let's take a look. You notice, I haven't seen him this competition yet. I don't believe we've seen him get that nose that deep yet, right? He really pushed the tail real high on that takeoff. So just as a quick regroup on it, Brandon Korn with his best takeoff yet, 163 feet, and Warren Grobelar with his best takeoff yet, 153 feet. Kurt, not to be undone, going for it, but did the wheels touch down again? Because he settled back down.
He definitely pulled a little too early. He rotated too early, and he got stuck to the ground, which is one of the banes of the existence of this sport. If you pull too early, it counts greatly against you.
Interestingly enough, still an improvement for Kurt Leaders, 169 feet. So not as much as he'd hoped, but a big improvement there. 5 foot improvement there on his best takeoff. So he's still shaving off feet time and time again. And the Wilga. I feel like that thing should just be playing like metal rock out of speakers as it rolls by. It just feels like so like, I mean, it is, I guess, Soviet bloc, right? It just, you can tell looking at it.
It seems like it should have a metal militia sticker on the side of it or something, something like that. Right. I totally agree with you. I get it. It reminds me that some of these planes have really, really high gross weights when they're fully loaded, and it's often brought up in STOL competition. Folks from across the nation that we should load these planes to the max capacity that they are allowed to have, and then put them in competition to see what they're really made of. And the results would be very different. But the trouble with that is somebody's got to weigh them every single plane, every single day, and then they got to watch them to make sure they don't take something out. So it's just not very realistic. So we don't end up doing it that way.
Hey, Brandon Korn with a little bit of a goose on the throttle over the line there, and his tail skid touched before the line, but that's fine. We don't care about that. The mains were good. And so now we have, I think we're going to see one of the more competitive scores from Brandon Korn. That would be interesting to load up the airplanes with a bunch of weight to see how they'd perform, but it would be longer distances. Okay, not the best landing for Brandon Korn. He had two this morning that were a little shorter, but that takeoff was his shortest. So let's see how he does. That is his best run. Run 5 for Brandon Korn now, his best at 4:42. So he's starting to shave it off. He's got one more run to try to get competitive with Warren Grobelar. Literally, Warren Grobelar just standing on the brake, sliding there with them locked up. He had only released them when he started to nose over a little bit there. Sub 200 feet for Warren on that one.
Definitely a great landing by Warren. Put the work in there and getting the result from it.
Kurt hard. Oh, bouncing that tail a few times. Whoa, that one made me clench a little bit because he was having to really control the deck angle on that, but got it stopped and still pretty short.
Boy, he really slammed that in, didn't he?
Oh yeah, watching that on the replays.
Pretty aggressive. That's his style.
Okay, now look at this, folks. As we have Luke Strandland coming in, look at the scores on the left side of the screen. Warren Grobelar now in front with 347. Kurt Leaders 353. So we've had a swap there, and we've got one run left to sort it out.
Maybe Warren's figuring out his plane with the new engine.
And also, we started talking about that. Luke Strandland, like really great landing there. He's been improving, and like I said this, Josh, yesterday. He practiced the entire 5 hours, just run. I don't even know. Maybe he had to refuel. It was like he was putting in work yesterday, and that was great to see.
And if you notice, you look at all the guys in the tops of their classes. Those are the guys that are consistently doing that same thing. They're practicing the whole time, needing refuel. Hal Stockman, I don't know that he ever, if there's a green light on the ability to fly, he doesn't stop flying the entire time. He's always flying. If the flag is green and he's ready to fly, he's doing it constantly. And he does really, really well in the sport. Same with Steve Henry. Same with all these names. Warren Grobelar is always out there practicing when the flag is green and they have the availability to practice. They don't let that go to the wayside. So that's great that he's doing that, and he's following the direction of some greats, I'm sure.
A little bit of an interloper here with the Stearman coming through. There have been so many, Josh, you would be nerding out. I hate to make the FOMO worse, but not only do we have a Wilga here, we've got all these great vintage aircraft coming into Isle for the competition. We also have, there's a Cessna, there's a 337 is the twin engine Cessna, I think. The front to back, center aligned engines, but it's got giant bush wheels on it.
Oh, really? That would be really neat to see. such a unique plane out here in the West. It doesn't matter what airport you go to. You could be 100 miles from anything. All there is lizards and rocks, and there's a 336 or a 337 sitting on the line with flat tires. It seems like it was probably I'm thinking some com block era military plan where they had to have one of these at every airport in 6 people or whatever it is. And they're just such a great airplane, and they're just all wilting around all across the United States. I'd like to know more about that plane.
I will. I'll try to go over to it and take a picture of it for you and send it over to you. It's pretty funky looking. It's these giant tires on it. It looks so rad. Okay, here we go. Run 6, the last run of SKOL STOL for touring. We have a 6-foot difference between first and second place, and Brandon Korn really wants to get tight up against this. He's unseated Warren a few times. He needs to do it again. So I want to be in his head right now. He knows he's got one last one to go.
He stuck to the ground a little bit on that one.
And Brandon Korn, his takeoffs this second heat are dramatically better. He was putting in, mid to high 200-foot takeoffs, and now he's in the 160s. That one wasn't his best of the run of the heat at 174. Here's Warren now. Felt a little more graceful that time, Josh.
It looked like it did exactly what he wanted it to do when he wanted it to do it. So let's see if the numbers pan out.
And we are getting a bit more wind. I can start to feel the wind coming through the trailer here. That bodes well for shorter scores. Heavier crosswind based on the flags. Here's Kurt Leaders now angling into that crosswind, taking advantage of it, but the right wheel got stuck on the ground for a while there.
Such a bummer for him. He's worked so hard to get there and do well, and that's not going to make him happy.
Still, actually, his best takeoff somehow, according to where the judges
Seriously?
grabbed it. Yeah, by a foot. Yeah, they got 168.
Are the judges on the high tire or the low tire side?
You're asking the right questions, Josh. Okay, so heading into these top 3, we've got all of them within 11 feet of each other between Brandon Korn and Warren Grobelar on either end of it. By the way, a little shout out to Luke Strandland, 272 on that takeoff. That's dramatically better than this morning. And the Wilga dropping some smoke on us. He's going to go out. He's going to go out in style.
Now, Ryan, were you able to get any information on that plane, like what that flag is? I mean, to me, where I'm standing, it looks like the Purina flag. I'm sure it means something. I don't know that flag. I'm not familiar, but what a cool looking plane.
So it's it's based on the Polish, it's the Polish flag on it. It's got the Polish eagle on the other side of the cowling. And it's a really interesting aircraft. Chris Olsen and Jason Peterson own it. And they're the owners of a giant hangar called Hangar 97 in Forest Lake. And it's funny, it's 1990 Polish Wilga. They bought it originally for display use. But they bought it originally for display use, and then they were like, well, we can't just display it. We have to fly it. So the aircraft's named Lucy after the owner's wife. And yeah, Hangar 97, it's a big commercial operation in Forest Lake. Here's Brandon Korn now, kind of long on that. So maybe his dreams of unseating Warren will be undone with that one. But yeah, so that's the Wilga, right? It's really interesting. I kind of crawled. I didn't crawl on it. I didn't touch it. Touch a plane at an air show. But I definitely looked all over. And one of the things that was interesting to my home built friends, my friends who build experimental aircraft, especially metal ones, is there's that corrugated tail section, and instead of how do you go from corrugated to non-corrugated panels? And basically all they do is they just crimped it shut. Like it's just like looked like they grabbed some pliers and crimped it shut. So really cool. Warren there, I think with the scratch. Yeah, Lexi Duncan says scratch. Yeah, I just lost the wind there, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. You definitely, from this view, it looked on this replay really, really scratched, like 20, 30 feet.
Yeah, you could tell he knew it too. And I got to say, boys, coming back, I've been listening to you guys the whole time. You guys have been crushing it. And so have these pilots. What a great second round. It's been so much fun to watch.
So the real question is now, did Kurt Leaders, Warren scratched his last chance to get a little distance, did Kurt Leaders upset it?
Oh, and Kurt just put down a great landing. I'll be really interested to see. Wow, that's going to be really interesting.
A little bit of a balloon there for Luke Strandland. Really just totally impressed with this guy. The more and more I watch him.
Exactly. Yesterday, you said it before because I was listening. He was putting in the work. I am a huge fan of this newcomer, Luke, and this Murphy Rebel. Got to know it quite a bit yesterday. We probably saw it land 50, 60 times. It was awesome. Maybe not that much.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Attitude is everything, too. And I saw his interview where he said, he's not planning on winning anything. He's just here to learn. And I think that is just the best attitude. And you just keep getting better and better each time, No ego, just fly the plane the best you can and just try and get it going. Looks like that Wilga, boy, that was really close. Are they going to call that a scratch or not?
Lexi called it a scratch. We'll see. It's under review right now. I would call it a scratch, too. We saw that the trailing link gear that it's so famous for. We saw the left one. It looks like compressed. Yeah, you can see it kicking up the dirt there right before the line on the replay. So bummer to go out on a scratch, but so cool to see that Wilga compete. That is touring class here at SKOL STOL in Isle, Minnesota for National STOL. Let's take a look at the unofficial results. It would appear.
Did we see the final result come in for Kurt yet is what I'm looking for. I haven't seen the board change yet.
Yeah, so his third run of the heat and his sixth run of the day was a little bit longer. It was 3:66, so it was not his longest to date, but it wasn't enough to move it. So that gives us.
That's exciting! What a great performance!
Yeah, and to watch them trade shots all day has been really. Unofficial results: Warren Grobelar, 3. Kurt Leaders, 350. That is tight. That is tight. Holding on to third with 442. Luke Strandland in that Super Rebel, 663. Christopher Olsen, 788. The Wilga. Before we head over to commercial, I just want to say thank you to one of our sponsors. I want to talk about Flight Outfitters. From bags, kneeboards, and accessories, all items in the Flight Outfitters line are driven by the owner, Mark's enthusiasm for flying and making sure that each product can help you pilot your own adventure. Now available an exclusive National STOL jacket. So go check that out at flightoutfitters.com or look at nationalstol.com to check it out. Flight Outfitters provides prizes for the first through third place winners at each competition. We really appreciate their help. So we're gearing up now for the return of the rookie class. But first, another word from our sponsors.
Hey, I'm Chad, and I am Legend. So once I decided I wanted to buy a bush plane, a Super Cub, before I began my research, I had never even heard of Legend Aircraft. I had heard of a couple different manufacturers, and that's really what I started with when I started researching. It was only through doing different Google searches and getting on the forums and hearing about this Legend brand that I began to really research them. And what I know today is Legend Aircraft is the best kept secret in aviation. It doesn't appear to me that they spend their money on a lot of marketing and advertising. They spend that money on research and development and into building a great product. Another factor for me, aside from the build quality differences, the willingness to customize, the customer service, their willingness to sit down and almost do a kind of a ground up one-off creation. On top of that was the other manufacturer that I was looking at. If I were to spec out this plane as close as they could get, I was getting less value, a less rugged, less sturdy, not as well built airplane, and an airplane that ultimately at the end of the day was not exactly what I wanted. That plane spec'd out at about $100,000 more than the Legend Aircraft version. And what I ended up with here with the AmeriCub was exactly what I wanted out of a bush plane and out of a Super Cub. And Legend Aircraft was willing to build that for me.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Tony Effenberger from Mankato, Minnesota. I'll be competing in the rookie class. Right now I'm unloading all my gear. I'm gonna take some gas out of the airplane just to try and lighten it up as much as possible. My aircraft is a 1955 Cessna 170B. Some of the modifications that I've done to it, I put the Continental IO 370, 195 horsepower engine with an 83-inch Hartzell constant speed propeller. Put titanium landing gear on to lighten it up. Redid the interior, the avionics panel. A lot of the modifications that can be done to a 170 I've done. I got my first airplane ride when I was 4 years old from my uncle who had an airplane. He would fly back from California every year. As well as my dad had his pilot's license. So you could say I got started at a pretty young age.
Pat McIntyre, I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. Flying our Rans S7. I'm running the TK1 gear and shocks and Vortex generators. Those are my only mods. So I'm in the rookie class. This is my first time competing at one of these events. I've attended many of them, but first time being a participant. It's wonderful.
I think my takeoffs were pretty decent. Got to work on the landings. I was having a little trouble with the conditions today, and that's what I'm hoping to learn here. With the more seasoned veterans out there to pick up some tips and pointers and become a better STOL pilot. I think everybody around here, from the national STOL staff to the competitors, are very friendly, very accommodating. So it's a nice, easy, relaxed environment.
I was a little anxious, I guess, but as soon as I got in the plane practicing, then it felt fine.
I got some feedback from the competitors, just a little bit on the techniques that I'm using, and try to dump my flaps, for instance, when I get down, and help me stop quicker.
Minnesota for another round of the rookie class here for SKOL STOL. And man, it's been fun watching these rookies learn and try and try again. And you heard it in the package there. They're just really doing a great job of soaking up all that knowledge from all the other STOL pilots. So really fun to watch them. Let's take a look at who is in the class here. We've got Tony Effenberger in that Cessna 170 Bravo. He's got the Hartzell prop on the front of that thing. Patrick McIntyre. I wish I pronounced that correctly just once today. Sorry, Patrick. He's in that 2006 Rans S7, that yellow and white one. And then Dakota Hudak in the Kid Fox Model 4, that white one, which is sitting right in front of the announcer's booth right now. So it's exciting to watch them all go again. Corey, you are a pretty experienced bush pilot. You've competed on the circuits, as they were. Do you have any advice for the pilots, if they could hear you right now, for how they should approach this second heat in the rookie class?
You know, it's tough doing your first one. I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of nerves, lots going on in your head. I would just tell them to just enjoy it, have fun, and just get through the first experience and fly safe. They should have put in the work and put in the practice session, be quite confident in themselves. That's one of the reasons why we have National STOL, is for guys just like this coming out doing it their first time. Am I cutting out?
We may have lost Corey in the audio there, but I think the biggest takeaway is put in the work and get, take it easy on the first one and just have fun and be safe. And I think that's great advice. Want to check. Corey,
and I have Corey. I hear him fine on my end over here. And yeah, like what he's saying is, this group was created for this particular pilot, getting people into the sport. It's kind of an entry level. There's no pressure. Just do what you've been doing the whole time. Don't try anything new. Just fly like you've been flying. Get all the bugs out and jitters out over these next few competitions. And you're not trying to set any records. You're not out there to set records. You're out there to just learn the ropes, learn safety, procedures. Like when a lineman or someone says that you're not clear to go, you don't go. The people on the field is in charge, and there's a lot of different new things that are being directed at these guys for the first time. So it's different than an airport. It's different than anything else they've ever done. So there's all kinds of little rules and things that seem like they're very easy to understand. But when you're throwing all these different things at the same time with the radios and the different people talking to you and which one's in charge and who am I supposed to be listening to, it gets quite complicated. And so just have fun, like Corey said. It's just a fun experience and enjoy it. And these guys are all great. Like Patrick McIntyre, he's not new to STOL. He's new as a pilot. He's been on the STOL circuit working for Colin Kniva as a crew member for him, helping him out. And so he knows what to expect. He knows all the different rules. He became a CFI recently, working commercially as well. And also a veterinarian. Add that in there too. Man, this guy's got this great repertoire that he's got to draw from. He's been around the circuit, so he's a little bit more familiar. But again, being in that pilot seat is totally different. It's all these new experiences, and even though he's been around it, this is new for him as well as he taxis up.
Yep, you're absolutely right there, Josh. And Patrick has been around for quite a while. I remember when we mowed that runway into Colin Kniva's backyard. Patrick was there that evening for the barbecue. It was a lot of fun. So he's no stranger to this. And look at the numbers that they're putting up. They're putting up very respectable numbers already from this morning's session. So this afternoon should be more of the same. More practice makes perfect. And it really, their performance here is really indicative of their preparation. And that's one of the things I'm really impressed with. Just because this is their first competition does not mean this is their first rodeo.
That's right. And as Tony Effenberger, takes to the field, he needs to focus on flying, and I need to focus on not making a joke out of his name. That's going to be my thing, and use it appropriately, because that is definitely unique.
Look at that takeoff by Tony. Holy cow, Josh. That was a fantastic. He had perfect pull on that. Maybe actually a moment too late on that pull. He maybe had a little extra energy because it seemed to leap right off the ground. And here's Pat right here in his Rans S7. Brand new airplane for him. He's still learning the ropes, but a beautiful takeoff as well.
Yeah, I was standing next to him when he got the phone call. He says, "I just bought a Rans S7." I'm like, "Well, tell me about it." He goes, "I don't know. I've never seen it." I'm like, so that was just at Wayne. So he is brand new to this. As his kit fox lines up, and oftentimes you'll see these kit foxes as you watch the flaperons that they have, which is different than a lot of these other aircraft. If the flaperons are used completely down, the tail won't fly oftentimes. So you'll see the flaperons don't come all the way down and allows that tail to fly and get his tail wheel off the ground. It's a unique thing to kit foxes as far as I'm familiar with them. The way the air flows over those flaperons, a little bit different.
Yeah,
that was definitely.
And you'll notice a lot of the
takeoff.
newer pilots and even some of its experienced pilots on the circuit. You'll notice a tendency for that right tire to lift slightly before the left. That's the torque of the engine and that P factor. There's a lot of science and physics going on. And these pilots will figure that out, that in order to be a little bit more efficient, they've got to have a little bit of knowledge of what's going on. There's so many things going on when you're rotating that aircraft. And at some point, you become more efficient at learning the science behind the takeoff. I've had many conversations with your pal, Steve Henry, about, what's the proper technique and what's the science behind it. Do we want to dump the flaps? What does it do to the air? What does it do to the thrust? When do you do it? And so as these pilots get more and more experienced, you're going to see them work in these refinements. And I'm actually really impressed because each one of these 3 takeoffs that we just saw employed really advanced techniques that all the pros are using. So, it just is a testament to their preparation.
I actually want to give you the numbers right now, guys. So Patrick is it McIntyre? Why am I having such a hard time pronouncing his name? Maybe it's just in my head now. Patrick McIntyre, 147-foot takeoff. That was in the Rans S7. Tony Effenberger with his best takeoff, actually both of them with the best takeoff of the day for them. Tony Effenberger with 174 feet. And Dakota Hudak, not his best takeoff, but we saw that P factor issue. Big bounce there for Tony now as he comes in. Dakota Hudak, 244 feet.
Yeah, he is pushing it really hard. You can see, though, that on his approach, you have very unstable air. And so that's going to become a story here. And that's what Josh was talking about earlier. There's not a lot going on these final approaches. And the real thing you're trying to do is not roll the aircraft. We want to transition into more using the tail surfaces. And so you're watching a lot of rowdy action going on with these aircraft. Look at that right there in this approach with this Rans S7 with Patrick.
Saved it there.
There's just all the things. Absolute fantastic recovery there from Patrick McIntyre. Holy cow, that was amazing recovery.
Yeah, the crowd went wild here when they saw that. Look at that, exactly over the line. And then just heavy on the brakes, even through the brake fade, just hanging on tight and getting it stopped.
Yep. And as a rookie, he did a great job in flying it. And so what he'll do is each time he flies more and more, you'll see his flaps never came back up. And that'll be something you'll see as he progresses and has these uncomfortable landings like that where he's fighting the wind. He'll have the presence of mind as time goes on to say, oh yeah, I got to lift my flaps too so that I can get the weight shifted back to the gear, the main gear, and get that thing stopped. So as the Kit Fox approaches.
Yeah, it looks like Dakota did carry plenty of extra energy there. Look at that 2-point landing, not necessarily what you want to see in a STOL competition. And, I think the story here, Josh, what do you think? It's the conditions.
Yeah, I would agree. And keep in mind that these are a lot lighter planes than we saw in the touring class. And if the touring class was having problems with them, then definitely these lighter planes are going to be seeing that a lot more.
And Ryan, what's your sense there in Minnesota? Are we able to hear Ryan? Or are we having more technical difficulties?
No, I'm here. I'm ready to go.
Okay. So what's your sense on the ground there weather-wise, Ryan? That's what Josh and I are talking about, is the weather probably being a factor in a couple of those rowdy approaches.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, just spot on. I mean, it's hard to tell here. Every once in a while now, I am a nice cool breeze through the broadcast trailer, through that open door. That was a hint I stole from you, Corey, like keeping that door open so I can help feel, how the conditions are. But, if you look at the flags, we've got some that are just chilling and others that are starting to move. Our little live weather station's showing 2 knots. Max 2 knots there, so it's better than the 0 it has been. But if you look at the top of the trees, there's definitely some swaying and some, you can see the leaves moving around, so there's definitely more wind above. And I think you're right on. I think it's definitely part of it. I think the other thing that's happening is we've gone from mostly headwind to a little bit of a left crosswind to now mostly headwind and maybe a little bit of a tiny bit of right crosswind depending on the flag you look at. So it's moving around a little bit, and I think that could be part of it as well.
We always look at the wind socks and what we, they're always measuring that horizontal movement, but they're not often telling us anything about the vertical movement of the air. And here you cut a grass really close, move it to the dirt, and now you start to develop thermals over this flat land that are not happening where the trees are. So anytime you have that transition of flat ground to the trees, you're bound to see some sort of weird turbulent activity going on. And that's okay. That is exactly what represents what backcountry is that you're going to have these different wind, conditions. And maybe in a real true backcountry environment, you may carry a little extra speed to try and be a little bit safer, because you're probably going to be heavier as well. I think Corey would attest to that. You're not trying to get as slow as you can, except for the shortest of runways. But you're going to see this in the real world as well.
I was going to just add, you mentioned the thermal activity. It's hard to see on the cameras. But the grass is short. The grass is really short, and you can see based on all the dust being picked up by the aircraft. But it is definitely more dirt probably than turf at this point in the competition. So I think there's also something to be said there. I mean, you said earlier, I don't remember who said it, you could hear the wheels actually, it sounded like a hard surface landing because it was that much friction. So that is also definitely part of the condition story today.
Yeah, that's interesting. And some dirt has different friction when you get on the brakes than others. If there's a lot of gravel in it, if there's a lot of rocks in it, you're going to get really good brake efficacy. If it's kind of slippery, muddy dirt or really soft, silty dirt, it's going to be slippery like ice. So there's a lot of different things at play here, especially as that definitely the turf gets worn in there. That's definitely going to play a big factor on how effective the brakes are going to be on these landings. That may be why this afternoon we might see a little bit longer landing rolls. And that'll be a maybe a point that we'll bring up. We'll start to see some dust and turf flying. That'll be a lot of fun. And here we go with our first approach. Now let's pay specific attention to the aircraft. And Ryan, since you're there, we'll yield to you for the play-by-play on this one.
It's funny, now that we've teed up all this struggle, it's the most stabilized approach I've seen in a while. There it comes down right now. Kind of a bounce at the end of it there. I think, Corey, you mentioned maybe he should take a little air out of those tires. That was another piece of advice you had.
Yeah, I don't think that one was air in the tires. I think that one just comes down to kinetic energy. Just had a little bit too much of it. He needed to get a little deeper and behind the power curve. I don't know that he actually ever got there. He just had so much energy, and it might have been, if I remember right, there was a little bit of a balloon, maybe 100 feet out. Maybe you came up on the power. I can't quite hear the engines from my feed, but maybe that might have played a little bit of a factor on that little bit extra energy.
It was right after I said, wow, that's one of the more stabilized approaches we've seen. I jinxed it for him.
Here's Patrick coming in, and you see a much lighter aircraft. It's a different story. He's definitely getting around a little bit more.
and then having that lighter aircraft following right behind the other aircraft. You've got the heavier, the 170, you've got the wake turbulence bouncing off of the trees kind of coming back. It's invisible. We often forget about that, but that's one of Steve Henry's techniques, is getting low and coming in long and low, and that way he gets to feel the air that he's actually going to be flying in, not making the really high approach, so that he can all of a sudden be surprised by the air when he gets into it. It's like, oh, this isn't what I set up for. And it looks like some of these guys are kind of doing the same, and it is safer to fly closer to the ground too.
Yeah, and still this extra energy, the story of the rookies class today, right, on those landings. But we are seeing he's not able to get really effective braking power. We're seeing lots of dust. It'd be interesting to ask them if they're just locked up and they're just not slowing down, because he didn't even try to come to a stop. He just rolled on through.
It was one thing we haven't talked about yet, but I want to talk about the most consistent award that's handed out at these competitions. And unfortunately, and you wouldn't normally see, sometimes we see rookies land that, but if you don't stop, you can't be the most consistent, right? So that's a little thing that is a little note too, is like, hey, even if you're not happy with your landing or it's super long or whatever, like, get on the brakes, because there's a deviation score being calculated, and you want to make sure that one of them has a ceiling, right? Like, you want to make sure you actually stop the aircraft. As we taxi by here, gentlemen, I just want to make sure I can thank another one of our sponsors, Airtech Coatings. Man, you want to talk about someone that makes paint fly. Airtech Coatings, we've seen a couple commercials from them, but the thing for me is just the beautiful wet look finish. You got all the paints, coverings, things like that they do for your aircraft, and it's been a real honor to get to know everyone there and see the beautiful work they do. Also want to talk about AeroLEDs. AeroLEDs is an industry pioneer and leader of LED-based aerospace lighting, designed and manufactured in Boise, Idaho. Their state-of-the-art LED aircraft lighting solutions are designed with a focus on performance, efficiency, and reliability. They're ideal for use. And get this is so crazy. Experimental aircraft, sure. Certified aircraft, okay. Commercial, yep. Rotorcraft, aerial firefighting, UAV, and then right here, guys, it says space. They're good for space. You can put their lights in space. Warren and Micah in the touring class are both running AeroLEDs. They donate 3 gift certificates per event to the pilots. So we really appreciate their help as well. And we're on the roll again.
Steve Henry also uses Aero LEDs or Aero LEDs. We always go back and forth on that. And I'd love to hear them come and talk about their space lights. There's a lot of heat, moisture, and cold things that they have to go through. I'd be interested in hearing all about that, how they do the testing on that.
That sounds like the perfect discussion for Super Aero Live, Ryan.
Yeah, we should have them on Super Aero Live to talk about space lights. Thanks, Corey.
That was a fantastic takeoff by Patrick there. Both pilots employing some really great takeoff techniques. You notice him dumping the flaps at the right time during the rotation. I just love
Corey, earlier
happy
you mentioned you mentioned the rookies you bringing in extra energy when they come in. And I've seen the other side of that, where rookies went the other direction. And man, I got to tell you, I really prefer to see them coming in this manner, a little faster, a little hotter, and then they can just over time start bleeding that off and backing it out. And having seen it go the other way, where somebody comes in and says, I'm just going to get as slow as I can without being really cognizant of the altitude that they have. And boy, it just really makes for a scary environment. This is just the safest that they can be. And I really do enjoy seeing the rookies coming in a little faster, a little hotter, and just coming in and getting it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Right you are, Josh. Right you are. I second that wholeheartedly. Look at that beautiful crowd. Hello, we're seeing you live on the internet. Give us a wave. Howdy. Is it hot?
No, it's not.
Pretty hot there. That grass is pretty dry.
It's very sunny.
It's not very hot though, huh?
Well, it's like up to 8. Oh, that's in Oshkosh. I've got Oshkosh on the brain. Let me pull up the temperature right now. Yeah,
Looks
the last
beautiful out there. Look at
VTAR
that
was
crowd.
70
Wow,
degrees.
There's a lot of people that came out to SKOL STOL.
Yeah, current METAR is showing just 70 degrees, but it is sunny. Really bright sun. Everyone's trying to grab some shade and some sunscreen. Now would be a good time to mention while we're watching our friend in the 170 come around that since we're talking about sun, there still are a ton of National Stol hats for sale. Karen from National Stol came over and she said, we're basically out of the SKOL Stol shirts, but we got a lot of other hats and shirts to offer. And I thought, hat would be a good thing to have right now. So if you need a hat, you know where to find one.
Yeah, now Tony here on his final approach. He's local fan favorite. He's the local chapter of their local EAA chapter 642, putting in a great performance here today for his first showing at National Stol. That was a great approach and landing in difficult conditions.
Now here comes Patrick McIntyre in that Rans S7 to close out his rookie performance for SKOL Stol. And we've seen him bridge the gap a bit. Here he goes now over the line. Gave up maybe 25, 50 feet, but heavy on the brakes at the end.
Little bit of brake speed, yeah. But a great landing for Patrick. I think he'll be happy with his first showing at National Stol. I think I'm really proud of Patrick. I am excited to see him in a couple of weeks.
That's right. He's doing well and looks like he's having a consistent left side brake fade, and he'll have to work through that and figure out what's going on with there. He's got an air bubble in there or something, and get that out of there so we can get on those brakes to the best of his ability.
Yeah, absolutely. It's those little refinements that experience brings you to understand, and you figure those things out really quickly. This is the best place to do that. The last place you want to do that is have that kind of brake fade when you're on a sandbar in the backcountry and you need to get on the brakes. You want that reliability. So this is the best place to work that out. Another beautiful 2-point landing from the Kit Fox. Dakota Hudak putting in a great performance in that Model 4 1200.
Just noticing on that Model 4, it's got a weird cowling. It's a little different, right? Maybe that's what you're about to say as well, Josh.
Oh, the Model 4 seems to be, I met with some guys over here in Idaho recently, and they had 2 Model 4s in front of their shop, and both gentlemen fly the Model 4. They love that Model 4. They said they wouldn't fly a Model 7. It's just as aircraft evolve and you're always looking for those creature comforts. You're looking for things that would make it better. And when they make the plane better, oftentimes they make it heavier. And the Model 4 was that one that kept it light. It's light enough, it's nimble enough. And then as they start to the bigger airframes, you hear from a lot of people, they say they just got more sluggish. They didn't like it quite as much as the Model 4. And these guys who are certainly capable of having whatever model they want really like this Model 4. It was highly desirable among a lot of the backcountry folks here in Idaho. And they do like that one. It seems to work well for them.
Yeah, the aesthetics on the Model 4 are different too, which is nice. I think they look a little prettier sometimes, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, and that cowling can often be dictated by what type of engine they have, and I don't have the info in front of me of what engine that he's got going on there. And Corey had talked about that right wing coming up earlier on him, which tells me he's got a little bit of horsepower in there. Maybe he's got something under the hood that's a little different than the normal little 85 horse.
Yeah. Speaking of what's on the screen in front of us, here is your SKOL Stol rookie recap. Patrick McIntyre with his first performance, a very respectable final score of 345 feet, followed by Dakota Kudak in that beautiful Model 4 Kit Fox, 415 feet. That's a combined score, folks. That's both takeoff and landing in 415 feet. Fantastic score there for Dakota. And then in the big, beautiful Cessna 170B, Tony Effenberger, 464 feet. Holy cow, they're on the ground, folks, and they can hear you. Let's give our rookies a round of applause. Hell yes.
That is some outstanding flying by these guys. You know, and Tony Effenberger's not that far behind these Rans and Kit Foxes, which is really impressive. So, you know, he's getting a pretty good bounce on those with that spring gear and those bulgy, you know, big fat tires with a little bit extra air in there, like you said. And boy, I think he has a lot of room to improve and, you know, lowering the air, doing something about that spring gear. They've got some items out there now on the market that can actually modify that to help with that. So he's got a lot of options, you know, in the arsenal that he can go grab to try and make those landings shorter for him, and not that far behind in a certified aircraft. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and this is the time to be in the pits. This is a really great moment for these rookies getting out of the airplane. Right about now, you're seeing some of the veteran pilots, the guys that have been their mentors, walking out to the airplane. This is the time for all those hugs and the high fives and the camaraderie and the real reason why we're so passionate about this. It's the people, folks. This is why we come out here and do National STOL. It's why we meet in the backcountry. It's these moments here where you're giving your bros and your sisters those proverbial kudos for a job well done. And I pass that along to them wholeheartedly.
That is exactly right. You know, they say we come for the airplanes and we stay for the people. And that couldn't be more true.
Staying for the people. I mean, that's, yeah. Who would have thought that a guy like me would get to hang out with guys like you? It's pretty crazy, right? So, really appreciate
I don't know,
you guys.
Corey, he must be talking about you.
No, I'm talking about both of you. Come on. We are about to head over to the backcountry class. And before we do, I want to talk about two more of our sponsors because a lot of people help us do this. And these are two smaller companies that really help make a difference. One is Committee Coffee. Their small batch coffee. They aim to make specialty coffee more accessible to the everyday consumer. They're law enforcement officer owned and brand new sponsor to National STOL this year. Use coupon code STOL, S-T-O-L. I think you hopefully would know STOL by now because it's on all the flags in front of you. Use coupon code STOL when making your purchase at committeecoffee.com. Check them out. We really appreciate their support. Avination. We need to talk about their support. Avination is a publication focusing on stories of youth in aviation. Pick up a free copy of their latest issue over at the merch table. So thank you to Avination for their help as well. Let's go over to a quick commercial, little intro of our backcountry competitors, and we'll be right back for more SKOL STOL action.
My name is Jeff Pullman from Malacca, Minnesota. I fly a Super 170B called the Dirty Bird. I just put wing extensions if you pan over here, and I don't know how to fly it yet.
Hi, my name's Michael Lindstrom. I'm flying this beautiful Cessna 170B model. I'm from Malacca, Minnesota, and we're here to kick Jeff.
Scott Sweet, flying the Belonka Scout. It's a Minnesota original company. I mean, it was based out of Minnesota. That airplane came out of here. It was a spray plane.
Performance mods are great, and sometimes some things just don't work.
She has a few mods. It has a Sportsman STOL kit, Vortex generators, 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels, 0360 conversion. I got an 83-inch MT prop, which that 83-inch pulls so hard that Jeff that was running the 80-inch, he actually is going to buy an 83-inch to be like me.
You know, I mean, I feel inadequate with some things. This took a turn. So anyway.
And Brenda, I need that beta. You know what to do. I've only said that like 45,000 times. Brenda, you in there?
Not sure if I'll keep him on for the competition tomorrow.
He says it's on the wingtips, but think that it's pilot error. The wind is pretty rough here.
You've got these 50 to 70 foot tall trees down both sides of the runway, and you got this quartering crosswind and burbling over the runway, and I don't have enough rudder and I don't have enough aileron, and it was a struggle bus the whole time.
I mean, holy crap, I've never seen somebody slack so hard in my life. He was taking off in like 400 feet.
So it was a learning experience today, flying in the trees, coming down in there. And so, you know, guys like Micah, I was following him today, you know, and I got to know him yesterday. And it was great because I could follow him and kind of see what he was doing because he's used to this.
I was doing great out there. I was getting in some pretty solid numbers. I was right around 120 to 140 feet every time.
He's come a long ways. He flies really well, and I know you guys don't want me to say nice things on camera. You just want this big feud, but no, he does a good job. I have completely changed my mindset. With these wing extensions, I can't do that. And I'm coming in flatter. I'm coming into ground effect way before the line, getting the thing stabilized, and part of that is the wind. I have to now go back to the old way of doing things, which I've done, you know, thousands of times. I just hope my brain can kind of do that flip-flop.
I'm 5th generation ranchers. We're really out in the middle of nowhere. Use the airplane to move cattle, go get parts, run to the nearest town that's bigger. Everybody around there has an airplane. All the ranchers do, because it's just something you can do in 20 minutes in an airplane. It would take you a day going out in a pickup and opening all the gates, checking water, checking cows. Grew up being a part of my life. My dad had a Super Cub, and it grew on me. I got 2 older brothers, and they're interested, but I was the only one that pursued it. I just fell absolutely in love with it today, to the point to where I was like, my goal is next year, everyone. I gotta make everyone.
Well, my name is Keith Lang. I'm from Wasilla, Alaska, and I am flying a 1951 Super Cub. You want me looking in here? I have owned 27 airplanes. So I've been flying since about 6 years old, roughly. For STOL, it's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the stall stuff compared to the bigger guys. Well, I started on a dairy farm back when I was young. My father was a pilot. We used to fly remote for hunting. That's what we grew up. Through the years, I went through the military, got out of the military, went back into flying remote stuff. I live in Alaska. Up there, we fly for work. I have a wildlife control business. That's what I do for a living. I fly remote places, taking care of wildlife. The setup on the plane is pretty basic. The Piper Super Cub is a very simple airplane to fly. Really, the only thing that I have to contend with is being a little bit underpowered. Sometimes, you know, I try and take advantage of the wind situation when I can. Every day can be different. I've been wanting to get involved with this for years. I'm kind of semi-retired. When I started seeing it originally, this is just something that I really enjoy, passionate about, absolutely love flying. And if you got a different reason just to fly from airport to airport, you know, this is the greatest thing in the world. And the SKOL competition, the people that run this is such a fantastic job. Of course, we got the vortex generators on the top. We have the certified Acme Aero shocks. That's probably the #1 most important thing that I've got on here. Without them, it probably couldn't even compete.
And we are back here at SKOL STOL in Isle, Minnesota. And I keep saying it, but I gotta say it again, just one of the most beautiful grass strips I've ever been to. It feels backcountry. It feels like we're supposed to be here. And we are definitely getting ready to go. Check it out. Here's where things stand. As we get the green flag, they're about to release Jeff Pohl. Here's where things stand. Micah Lindstrom currently in first place with 232. Jeff Pohl wanting to make up some ground, 256. And Scott Sweet, third place, 488. Jeff Pohl getting into it a little bit shorter.
Yeah, very aggressive performance from Jeff Pohl right out of the gate. That was a very exciting one to watch. And here's his nemesis, Micah Lindstrom.
He pulled early on that one, trying to just outdo Micah. And Micah's just got to play his own game, not worry about what he did. They both pulled a little early, so that'll work to both of their disadvantages, actually.
Let's see how the scores come in.
They're both getting rowdy. That looks pretty fun, though, out there.
Here's Scott Sweet now taking off in that Belanca Scout. And actually, so far, gentlemen, you'll be interested to hear that the takeoff scores for our first two competitors were actually longer than anything they did this morning.
That's not surprising, given the air density altitude increasing. I would expect them to go a little bit longer. That kind of leaves the door open a little bit better for the Super Cubs and the Belanca Scout, which I am partial to. I did get my tailwheel endorsement in the Scout. I love that aircraft. I just love the whole setup of it. Oh boy, is this a SS Carbon Cub park pulling up here?
I don't know who that is. I think that might just be a departure. I don't have them on the score sheet.
It looks like they just kind of flew it off. Yeah, how about that?
Oh yeah, we're getting confirmation that that was a transient airplane. Just figured might as well try it at the line while we're here. And we got a Skyhawk taking off. Got some departures going on, which is great. So let's look at the scores real quick. Takeoff, by the way, for Keith Lang. Talking to him last night, just trying to solve all the world's problems together. His takeoff was 168, so close to what he had done previously. And yeah, not the worst takeoff for Scott Sweet with 215, 168 for Jeff Pohl, and Mike behind him with 172. Now, they both did that early pull as well that you guys noticed, so maybe we'll get a little refinement to still try to undo some of the scores from this morning.
And you can tell those wingtip extensions, that's adding quite a bit of wingspan. That's a big 170B now. Yeah, the little droop in the wingtips, kind of a cool addition to Jeff's new wing. I bet it's going to take quite a bit of flying that around to really learn its characteristics, it being quite new to him. So I really expect good things from Jeff in the future as he figures that out. Now, here's Micah Lindstrom from the right. He's nice and low. He wants to get low below those thermals. He wants to know the air that he's going to be playing with, just like Steve Henry's technique here. Bringing it in nice and low, just behind the line. Perfect landing for Micah. He's going to be really impressed with himself on that one. I'm impressed. I don't know if impressed is the right word, but he's going to be happy with that one for sure. Yeah, great landing for Micah.
Perfectly executed.
Yeah, I don't know if it gets much better than that, especially on a day like today.
He only gave up, 3 feet as I see it?
Yeah, that was a beautiful one. And so I think hopefully all the other pilots are taking note that low approach might be the key. The problem is a lot of the pilots don't favor that low approach, and so it may not be something that they practice very often.
You know what I love about Scott Sweet's airplane, by the way, is just, it is a Belanca Scout, but the concept that he's using it's like a working airplane, right? It's not a competition plane. I mean, it is today, but it's a working airplane. You can see on the, I think you can see it on this camera angle, covering up the windscreen. There's actually like a wire protection system. And if he's flying it, from around the ranch from pasture to pasture, that makes a lot of sense that you'd want a little additional protection for that sort of thing. So it's cool to see someone who flies all day, every day in that airplane for work bring it out here to compete.
It would certainly make a difference in the comfortability of a plane when you get to the point where you're just wearing the airplane because you fly it every day, like Corey does with his plane. When you see him out there, like I've made mention before, out on the dry lake and in the backcountry, he just absolutely wears that airplane and makes it do whatever he needs it to do, however he needs it to do it.
Yeah, and you can tell those conditions out there are very challenging. That last approach by Keith Lang was that testament that, wow, it's not unreal out there. It's very real, and these pilots playing it very safe. You can tell them all carrying a little bit of extra energy into the line, and rightfully so. Everybody wants to have a great day today, and with a transient aircraft being cleared, beautiful Bonanza, like an A36 maybe in the corner of the screen there. I love those airplanes. I'm just an airplane lover. There's Micah Lindstrom taxiing by. That's a fantastic sight. I like Micah. He's a good guy, very soft-spoken, just a humble, great guy. As Jeff Holds taxiing up for his takeoff.
I'm
All
wondering
right, now
if the
Jeff
folks...
pulled early.
Oh, go ahead, Josh. I was going to ask for...
Oh, I was going to say, he pulled early. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go.
Micah both pulled early on this last one. Let's see if they can do it again, if they can hold off that extra half second and get going where they aren't being held to the ground.
Not as aggressive. It feels not quite as high on that one.
Go.
Maybe a late pull on that one.
It didn't stick to the ground. It looks like he pulled it at the right point. Looked like a good one from my point of view.
Now, you know Micah's been watching that, right? Look at him put the nose to the ground. And he kept it off. He didn't sink down.
Fantastic.
You can't see it, but Corey is just cheering and clapping and pumping his fists over that one. That was really solid for Micah.
Nice work by Micah. He stayed really low to the ground, and sometimes that affects the judge's view of when that tire comes off the ground. So we'll see what that final outcome is on the numbers.
Valid point, Josh. That does. It's the perception. There's a lot of things going on, shadows, and if you do stay a little bit low to the ground, it might change the perception of the judges. But from my perspective, Micah just put on an absolute clinic on that takeoff. It was fantastic.
Keith Lang kind of nursing it off there. Check out these scores now. So we were just saying before, it's hotter, the conditions maybe we're not going to see as short of scores going into the second heat for the Bush class, but Micah just put in his best takeoff of the day with 115 feet, and not to be undone, Jeff Pohl with 130 feet, which was just a foot shy of his best takeoff. So now we're back in the race, right? In terms of this still could be Jeff Pohl's chance to unseat Micah. They've both thrown the gauntlet.
Yeah, everybody's taking off and landing short today, Ryan. I mean, look, this Cherokee taking off is doing fully loaded 800 feet. It's ridiculous. Something's going on in Minnesota.
Maybe they're just losing fuel as the day goes on, and they're just deciding we're not going to put fuel back in it to kind of offset the hotter temperatures of the day.
There you go. Here's Jeff Pohl now. Interesting that you guys picked up on the lower approach, and now look at him nice and low, below that tree line.
If he can hold it just above the stall and the stall point, It didn't look like it worked out that time.
I think that's your fault, Josh.
Yeah. That is exactly one of the things that I wanted to point out. It's that a lot of these pilots don't favor that low to the ground approach because of that reason. It's dangerous. Not necessarily dangerous from a safety point of view, but it's dangerous to the scratch because it's so easy to get behind the power curve and get comfortable there, and anything can happen with the conditions, which is just now what happened to Jeff Pohl. Ugh, that is a bummer.
Yes, Corey, what you said is exactly right. It is not dangerous in a safety point of view, but it's risky. It's risky. Oh, did he touch? He's going to try and use the go around rule. If they catch him touching the ground and saying that he didn't feel right, and he's going to try and make that go around, this is going to go to the judges. And did he actually touch, and is he trying to use that as a go around rule to his advantage? So let's see. Did he touch?
Here's the replay. Oh, come on. Go a little bit further back.
Go back to the replay. Go back to the replay.
Here we go. More replay action. Let's watch this. And so here he comes in the approach about 5 feet off the ground. And right there, it looks like, Jeff, I don't.
Oh, that is
there any compression in the tire? I'm going to leave it to the booth for that. But from my perspective, I was looking for the distance between the shadow and the tire, and I didn't see much there. So I'm going to leave it to the judges. I don't know. From my perspective, it's too close to call. That's a close one.
My vote, after seeing it real time, was that he did not touch. He maybe hit a blade of grass or two, but that the wheel didn't deform at all. It didn't turn at all from what I saw. What's interesting, though, is Lexi, the line judge, called it as a scratch. So from her perspective, Corey, she would agree with you, I think, that he probably did touch. There's a bigger question here.
So I guess if the rule is if it's too close to call from the replay, is it the call on the field like in sports?
The big question that we're going off here is we really encourage folks to go around. If there's any sort of unsafe feeling that they have, that they may hit a sinker or they're losing control of any kind, to just hit it and go around. We're okay, and he won't suffer any penalties on the go around. And so is he using that to his advantage? And it doesn't come very often where guys do use that to their advantage, but it is something that maybe in this case could be the call. We'll see. Again, like you said, those folks on the ground are going to know the answer.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, Josh, and I hope that is the call. And so, and that is Race Control's official ruling. The review of Micah Lindstrom's initial approach shows that his wheel did not touch down. So the go-around rule did apply. And so that good landing that you just saw from Micah will stand, and the go-around won't be a scratch. That's good news for Micah, and I think great news for safety.
Now that we've got the scores in on that, it looks like his landing was a bit long, though. It was his best takeoff of the competition. His landing was a little bit longer. Looks like he shaved... Yeah, did not shave any footage off here as I look through the different scores for him. So that one came in at a combined score of 261. So he would have really had to get on the brakes there. His best landing, to put it in perspective today, was his third landing of the first heat with 107 feet.
Which is fantastic. I mean, you're talking about a 172. And speaking of Jeff Pohl's takeoff, a very, very good one. But again, you could watch his wings as he's rocking around. It's definitely challenger.
Now, from my point of view, it's looking like those flags are moving in a good headwind at the moment. Is that the case?
Yeah, I would agree, Josh. It feels like it's more headwind now. Whoa, Micah trying to mow the lawn that time. He is going for it. He wants to get as much room away from Jeff Pohl as he can. He's looking to totally up his game. Let's see what that takeoff distance was. Remember, his best so far was his fifth takeoff at 115. Dirty Bird also had 116 that last time, so now Jeff's trying to catch up as well. Here comes Scott Sweet.
Yeah, such a battle between Lindstrom and Pohl. Those guys are just always at each other's throat when it comes to this this sport here, and it's going to be really, really interesting to see who comes out on top.
And I feel like we're not giving enough credit to Keith Lang. I mean, he's the only aircraft participating in the adventure class today, but he's doing it in that classic Super Cub. You know, we talked about the shock mods and things, but it's relatively simple aircraft. And he's also putting down scores today that are really impressive. We just don't have anyone competing against him to show how good he is, how good of a stick he is. This is someone who got 3rd place at Valdez this year. So really putting on a show as well. First run for him this heat was a DQ. Second one was 413 combined. His lowest of the day was 287.
You know, it's such a popular airframe, and I'm sure there's hundreds around that same area, and maybe just him going out there and doing it before everyone else will encourage other people to come out and give it a shot there, and that's flying Super Cubs as well. Certainly the sport is open to everyone. Come do it. You know, we've got all kinds of weird aircraft coming out there. We even got Piper Zilla coming out there. I'll let you elaborate on that one, Ryan, but we have all kinds of aircraft that doesn't necessarily need to be the most perfect aircraft for STOL or the best setup. Just come out here and have fun and learn and make some great friends within the STOL community.
Yeah, absolutely. Piper Zilla, of course, if you're not familiar, Josh is alluding to, is a Cherokee 180 that puts on a really, really strong competitive show. Here's Jeff Pohl now. Oh, he held it off, but he's got to pay for it on the back end.
That is the difference of trying to save it.
He's not going to be happy with that one. Yeah. It's these conditions, man. They're challenging these pilots. And so here comes Micah. He has been strong all day, very consistent. I am expecting good things from this landing. You know, he has nothing to lose here, so he's going to hit just about as hard as he possibly can. So here he is, low and from the right, Micah Lindstrom. Let's listen. Maybe carried a little bit of extra energy, but he knew exactly where that line was, so you saw him dump the flaps a little bit early to get it on the ground so he could get on the brakes. Maybe not his best landing, but a really good, solid performance from Micah Lindstrom today.
Yeah, and I love hearing his, you know, he's got that MT prop. You can hear it whistle as he comes in for a landing there. And definitely, again, just always totally impressed with Micah's aggression, right? He's always able to ride the line right there between, you know, too much and not enough braking, too much and not enough, or not enough of elevator control. It's really impressive to watch. Here is Scott Sweet now. Gave up a lot on that one, but one of the more graceful landings I've seen today.
Yeah, beautiful. It's like he had 4 passengers in there and a couple of babies. It was perfect landing. Maybe carrying some eggs. It was gorgeous and short too, by the way. I mean, he did come to a full stop.
So that is going to... Oh, go ahead, Corey, and then I can give you an update on the scores.
Well, I was just going to mention, don't forget about Keith Lang here from the right on his final approach. He's playing with a little bit lighter airframe, so he might get boomed around a little bit more, but he is no stranger to these wild conditions, as he is one of America's true tried and true bush pilots. Beautiful performance from him as well.
Yeah, really fun to watch him compete. I wanted to follow up now with that take. So if Jeff Pohl had hope to unseat Micah today, it would have been on that last takeoff, right? His last takeoff, his last circuit, his last takeoff was 116 feet. If he hadn't had to add that power to save from the scratch, I think he could have done it. That landing was 197 feet, so it was actually the longest landing of the day for him. So as we look at the results, Keith Lang in the adventure class with a combined score of 287, which is absolutely incredible. And if we go over to the bush class, you've got Micah Lindstrom in the lead. 2 feet. Came close and couldn't feed the Belanca score. 8 entry class.
I should do it right there, huh? Did I say 8? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got it. Yeah, so my name's Colin Kneva. Flew up from Lincoln, Nebraska. First time in Isle, Minnesota. I was corrected a couple times because it's not Isles, Minnesota. There's only one Isle here. So pretty excited about this competition. I get to compete against Rick, who nudged me out last time, but I've got the advantage on him this time. You know, it's getting towards the middle of the season, 3rd or 4th event, so everybody's pretty much practiced up, and I think it's going to be really competitive, and that makes it fun to watch. You know, we just competed in Wayne a little bit ago, and boy, if we flew in those winds, we can fly in these winds, but it's going to be choppy coming over the trees, but then I think it's going to make for some great short takeoffs and some really short landings for guys, so I'm really excited about this weather.
Rick Boardman, I'm from Henderson, Nebraska, and I've got a 2015 Carbon Cub SS. I'm running the extended gear and the monster shocks, and I've got the slats on it now. And cargo pod, we're still trying to figure out whether that actually helps or hinders.
I'm Jeff Daly. I'm from Arthur, Nebraska, and I'm flying a Piper PA-11. And it was an ungodly slow cross-country trip, but we got here. Nothing done to it. You don't really need anything done to it. It's just a fun, cool little airplane to fly. Today wasn't awesome. The weather was a little bit challenging. The way the trees are set up, the wind was rolling over the top of them and kind of making a little bit of a rotor on final, so it's hard to get the airplane to settle in and fly slow. It's a lot of fun to fly, though. You're back to the basics. It's got nothing. Bought it about a month ago, and I've flown it about 75, 80 hours. Set up a little course at home, and I've been flying every night. I'm just here to have fun, see friends. Everybody's super nice and happy to have airplanes here.
All right, some of the best bush pilots in the world about to take center stage here at SKOL STOL. All righty. I have actually, I'm going to take a minute here. I've actually got I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I've got a special message from that pilot right there in front of you, Colin Kneva. Let's listen.
Hey, Corey, I don't have any way to communicate with you guys through my radio, so I'm just sending you a quick audio message. If you'd please do me a favor and tell this crowd how awesome they are and how fun it is to be flying airplanes in front of them and literally hearing them cheer and clap and jump around. Man, this is such a fun day. Challenging conditions, but everybody's doing so well. Just really appreciate everybody that showed up and is enjoying this nice sunny day and watching some of the coolest airplanes flown by the best pilots. Really appreciate everyone being out here. Such a fun day.
All right, that's from that airplane right in front of you. He can see you, so jump up on your feet. Let's give Colin Kaniva a round of applause. We sure love him being on the circuit here. He's one of the crowd favorites, certainly one of my favorites as well, close friend of mine. And one of the things that he thought that would be kind of fun, that as he comes around for his, when he's turning around, if the crowd would do, I don't know, it's hot out there maybe, but he would love it if you guys would do a wave for him as he's taxiing around for his, as he's in between rounds. That would be kind of fun for him to see, maybe pump him up a little bit. But that's Colin Kaniva. He really sure loves you guys as we do love him as they come around.
Colin is such a great guy. You're right. He's just part of the family of STOL, and Rick Boardman's kind of recently joining us and becoming the same. Such an awesome guy. Helped him out one time out in the dry lake, and he ends up sending me a creeper to work on my planes a little easier as a thank you. He's just such a thoughtful guy, thinking about the crowd ahead of time, and that's so awesome. That's just classic Colin Kaniva, evil Kaniva, as Rick Boardman launches off the line.
That's right. And here he is. Rick Boardman's already dropped down that gauntlet, but here he is, Colin Evil Kaniva. He's about to get a go-ahead. Here he goes, really quickly on the throttle, Dave. Whoa! A little bit early on the pole.
Colin lined his tires up the way that I would have thought somebody should. You put the closer tire toward the judge and the further tire back across the line, and he looks like he's the only one doing that so far.
You're right, Josh. These little nuances that come from the advanced guys, every single inch, especially when, there's so much energy that you need to get that mass moving. Those first few inches are really a huge, huge advantage. And so simply how you place your main landing gear for Lexi, from her viewpoint to get you lined up, can certainly provide a scientific and energetic advantage.
Without giving away too many secrets. Of course, I know. Definitely don't let her know that. Getting some of those comments from the world out there.
Here. Yeah, Rick Boardman, that beautiful yellow Super Cub. He's getting it really low. He does not want to have anything to do with that rough, dirty air up about 50, 60 feet high. But you can tell he's getting kicked around quite a bit. This is going to be a challenging approach for him. Let's listen.
It was close.
Boy, he looked awful close. Really close.
That was close. Ooh, I'm going to go ahead and think, ouch, that looked like a scratch to me. Yeah, about 3-4 feet short from the replay there. Now here's Colin coming in. Looks like a good one to me. That's a great landing for Colin Kaniva, putting in the work. I am really excited about that one for him. He's got his first score on the board. Now it's up to you, crowd, to give him the wave, I guess.
You had mentioned it's not good for the rookies typically to land with just the mains and try and keep that tail up. You want to get that 3-point down or get that tail down. Colin does take a different approach where he's landing with his brakes on so hard that his tail wheel usually doesn't touch the ground. So that's his technique, and it's worked out really well for him. But that takes a lot of skill to be able to do something like that.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Josh. And Colin is definitely one of the guys that's not afraid to acquire that beta. He's one of the more social creatures in our culture. And when he first started bush flying, the first thing he wanted to do was fly around with me. And I couldn't get him to stop asking me questions. He had such a hunger and such a thirst for it. And he absolutely is in love with this sport. And so you can tell, you just look at the front of his airplane. It looks like it's got a smile on it. I was going to say something else, but we're on TV.
It certainly does. He's just such a great guy and real friendly. As Rick Boardman, he's number 94, if I'm not mistaken, as he launches off here. It's the date of birth of his daughter, one of his daughters. Not actually the daughter that did attend his last competition at Columbus, and she wanted to rub that in, that the other daughter's number is on his plane and start that family feud going. They're having a lot of fun with that. As Colin Neva up to the line.
Yeah, and let's just go over the standings really quickly as Colin takes off on his second and a really good take off. Colin. Now, the scores as it stands right now is Rick Boardman putting in a really great score at 166 feet. Colin Caneva closely behind, but 195 feet. And then 356 feet for this man in this beautiful white and red Super Cub with the little teeny tires. Beautiful airplane. That is just a fun airplane to watch. It's beautiful.
It really is. And it's just, original. It's a very, very, very nice of Jeff Daly to bring that out. We had a question from Burstix if you can fly an LSA in this in STOL, and you absolutely can. And I'll defer to Ryan for all the specifics on that and where the LSA falls in which class now with the new rules.
Yeah, so that's a great question. There are a ton of different places you could compete in an LSA. And again, going back to our various classes, we discussed this a little bit this morning, but as a refresher, because it's been a long broadcast, everything is kind of grouped together based on classes and different weights and competitive classes. The sport class, the one we're watching right now, these are all aircraft with maximum gross weights up to 1320. And look at that one by Rick Boardman. That was a hoot and a holler from the crowd on that one. It was great. But so this is actually where you would compete in an LSA, but there are other classes that could also have LSA aircraft, I believe. Like the unlimited class, technically, that you guys compete in could be there.
Yeah, it does not get better than that Rick Boardman touchdown, though. Holy smokes, that was fantastic. Laying down the gauntlet for this man, Colin Evil Caneva. Let's listen. Ooh, lots of energy there. Wow, he dumped it in home.
Colin's going to have to leave that one to the side as he looks forward to the next two scores that he gets, because with Rick Boardman having a landing like that, that is going to be impossible to beat with a landing like that. But he does have it in his bag of tricks to pull this off, so it's not over yet.
And let's just go ahead and give a shout out to Colin Caneva's shocks and tires. They just took a beating. Jeff Daly bringing that beautiful PA11 in. What a
now, was that
great one.
PA11
Just
running
kind
on
of
bungees there?
I couldn't quite make out what he had under there. It looked like he did have some shocks. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it looks like bungees. You're right. It did look like a rock skipping across the grass.
It sure does.
All right, Rick Boardman, he's been Mr. Consistent all day long. He is number one in the sport class. He has nothing to lose here. Here he goes. Let's watch and listen.
And the smoke is on.
And rotate. Rick Boardman, a fantastic performance all day, putting a little bit of the showmanship on. That's fantastic.
And it's most people don't do this. There's an extra weight penalty to carrying a smoke machine and having extra smoke on board. But him to do that for the crowd is just outstanding, and we thank him so much for that.
And that is a twofold benefit, because there are a fair amount of mosquitoes up here in Minnesota. I don't know if you guys knew that. That's one of the things you're missing out on, is all the mosquitoes. And so he's helping us with that when he does that.
Yeah, and it all comes down to this for Colin, too. Just putting it back here on the field. Look at the message that Rick Boardman just sent. It was a puff of smoke, but it was a clear message to this man, Evil Knievel, as he pulls up to the line. Can he put off a miraculous performance? He's going to have to make up somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 feet on this takeoff and landing combined. It is all down to this.
He does have it in him. Let's see if he can pull it off. It's quite the feat. Rick Boardman just put in the most incredible run, but it's not beyond the capabilities of Mr. Knievel to match it.
Wow, that was a fantastic takeoff from Colin. Looked really short, but I think the conditions did come into play a little bit, as you did see one wing did come off quite a bit sooner than the other. Might have cost him about 10 feet there or so, but a really good takeoff for Colin. We'll see on the landing. And here's Jeff in the 11. You're watching Nostalgia in a STOL competition doing quite well. His scores, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, are a combined 356 feet. That is a fun machine out in the backcountry. Wow, and that was actually a really clean takeoff for Colin Knievel. Those of us on the internet watching a replay, fantastic takeoff. And it all comes down to his landing. Is this man right here, low and from the right. He's settled into a very difficult approach here. And Ryan looks like he came in a little short because he had nothing to lose.
Yeah, why not throw it all out on the last one to see if you can extend your lead, right?
Absolutely. So, and yep, and here it comes, Colin Knievel. He's gonna settle it on home. He's way out there. He's giving himself plenty of space. Now you have to wonder if he's playing the game. Rick Boardman has those big slats, a little bit heavier airplane, maybe gave himself a little bit extra space because of something you brought up earlier, Josh, and that's wake turbulence. Might have a little bit cleaner air by giving himself a little extra space. I expect him to push really hard here.
Oh, heartbreak. Heartbreak.
I don't think he made it, Ryan.
Yeah, it's looking like a really solid scratch from here, right down that right main tire.
Yeah, you can tell from the dust cloud about 9 feet in front of the line. Unfortunate. What a heartbreaker for Colin Knievel. But my hat's off to him, putting in a fantastic performance, bringing the drama, and not to be outdone by this man in the 11. I love that airplane. It's just so cool.
It really is. It really is. You know, and for those people wanting to get into the sport, it's certainly a more affordable option than the first two that are in front of him. A little more achievable for people just getting started out. The Super Cub, or for that matter, J3's even. Just fantastic aircraft to fly around in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's just kind of fun when he gets on the brakes. He's just kind of skipping around, and it just reminds me of that Lowrider song. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ryan, do you want to give us the final scores?
Yeah. Now, here's how Rick lead. Colin 1 F daily 50. Cool rap class. SKOL STOL Competition. Aerobatic.
I think that smoke is cutting out both Ryan as well as the electrical system in that whole field there. It doesn't seem to be working too well in that. But looks like Rick Boardman there in his 2015 Cub Crafters SS that it ends up with a total 106. But Ryan said, I'm not sure if he's capped on that yet. I'll go over it one more time. And Colin Kaniva coming in number 2 in the 2011 Cub Crafters SS with a final short distance of 195, putting him in second place with number 3, Jeff Daly. My mistake, Jeff Daly. Coming in the 1990 Piper PA11 with a total of 356 feet. And that plane outstanding to do in that little guy. And again, a great plane to be starting out in this event there. He hasn't been flying it very long. And coming across in the touring class, we have number 1 in the first place, Warren Gravelar in his 65-180 with a total distance of 347, putting him in first place. Number 2 in second is Kurt Leaders in his 65 Cessna 185, 353 feet, just a few feet behind Warren Gravelar. And then behind him, Brandon Cornyn of number 3 spot with a 1963 Cessna 205. 442 for the third spot, followed in by Luke Strandlin and Christopher Olson to round out the touring class. It's SKOL STOL presented to you by
results there. What a tight day of competition all across the. And you know, it's been a really, really fun day here at National STOL. On behalf of the entire team here and all of our sponsors and everybody a part of it, thank you for coming. Now, here's also a recap of the rookie class. Let's not forget the rookie class. Patrick McIntyre. These are all such fantastic numbers, Ryan. 345 feet for his first appearance in a STOL competition. Then Dakota Hudak, 415 feet, followed by Tony Effenberger, 464 feet. For all these rookies to be sub 500 feet are just fantastic. So much fun. Amazing day. And let's not forget the solo artist, the real bush pilot himself, Keith Lang. Respectable day in challenging conditions in his Super Cub at 267 feet. Fantastic. The backcountry class, once again, Micah Lindstrom putting on a absolute clinic all day long in challenging conditions, has definitely thrown down the gauntlet for future events in the series. And I know that Jeff Pohl is hungry like a wolf right behind him, but Micah, 232 feet at SKOL STOL, fantastic performance. Jeff Pohl close behind him, 256 feet, with Scott Sweet close behind, 488. Or is that 68? I can't quite tell.
Oh, it does look like 88 to me as well there for the backcountry class.
But absolutely, it looks like things are going nuclear over there in Minnesota. Everybody's tearing everything down. Looks like super fun. Stick around for the awards ceremony. Make sure you visit the food trucks while you're there on your way out. They're awesome. Those tacos I hear are fantastic all the way here from Salt Lake City, Utah. I heard that food truck had fantastic tacos. But on behalf of the entire National STOL team, let's go ahead and roll a few packages or commercials or whatever they want to do over in the truck, because we can't communicate with anybody because apparently everything's nuclear over there. But
that's all right.
Thanks for watching. We sure appreciate it. Stick around.
Just put down. Awesome.
It was Rick Boardman's awesome performance.
That's right. That's right. He just canceled everything out with that smoke. That's right. Good job, Rick. Way to go. Smoke it out. But what a great way to leave this event here at SKOL STOL. We thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody coming out, everybody watching online. And so I'm signing off. This is Josh Richling. I'm on my way out here in Idaho to go back to building airplanes and stuff. So Corey, thank you so much. Ryan, thank you so much. And Tom and everybody involved in this event. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And I'm out. Take care.
What up, Sandy? Taking my time to bring it in for the week pop.
Where history is
So
made.
up action.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe it's about to get crazy.